Harrison Street. Drive east, then turn left. Turn left. Drive west, then turn left onto South Harrison Street. Turn left onto South Harrison Street, State Route 9. Then, in 500 feet, turn right.
All right, after a 9-day absence or so, we're live again, taking a Grandma's pancake order to a customer.
Turn right onto Colescott Street, State Route 44. Continue for a half mile. In a quarter mile, turn left onto South Miller Street.
All right, welcome in there. We got two of you here. Thank you. We're getting some new adventures here today. We got a Grandma's pancake order here that I'm about to deliver. So we'll go ahead and flip it on here. And there we go. So welcome in, guys. Appreciate it. About to deliver this order here. Started a little earlier. It made $15. I just wanted to wait to, because it's been a little bit slow to start. But now we're getting ready to drop this off. So usually order should pick up right now.
46176. USA will be on the left.
On the left side, okay. Still got a little ways to go. I appreciate you all being here, waiting for these new adventures. We've got the Littles 500 that's going to come up in May. I'll discuss a little bit more about that in detail.
1402 South Miller Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the left.
Oh, so it's this place. Okay. Never been to this place before. It sure is. All right. He's waiting for it too. All right. I'll be right back. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah, he was waiting. All right. Lucina Boren, welcome in. Appreciate it. Yeah, I just had to drop that off real quick. Okay, we're sitting at $21 right now. Yeah. No, I'm not taking that one. No, I'm not getting $5 to go 11 miles. Where's it even going? No, that's too far. Nope, we're declining that. Sorry. I mean, if I can go, I'll go to Fairland. I mean, that's okay, but I'm not. Can I be a follower? I said, well, sure, you can follow anytime you want. All you got to do is just, you hit the subscribe button. If you hit the subscribe button, and hit the like, yeah, you can do that. You can follow anytime you want. As long as you subscribe, you'll know when I'm on, and which is usually sometimes twice a week. But yeah, there was no way. I said, yeah, that was going to Fairland, and I didn't care, but that's 10 miles. That's too far. I'm not doing that. So yeah. Now, had that been like maybe $9 or something to go up there, that might have been a little different because, I have Uber on too. I might have gotten an Uber offer, but no, you got to pay a little more than that. So, no, we're not doing that. But yeah, but for those of you that are on here, some new adventures, I will be, later on, after the Littles contest, I'm going to be doing some traveling to different markets, in the June and July, just to see what they're like during the summer slowdown. Kevin, welcome in. Appreciate it, Kevin. Thank you as always. Yeah, we're just doing a little Sunday dash in Shelbyville for a change. I just because of the way things have been going in my W-2 lately, it's they've kind of drained my energy a little bit, and that's part of the reason why I haven't been live lately, and it's because of that. And it was a long 3 days that I had when I worked there this week, so yeah, that's part of the reason why I haven't been live too long, is because of that. It's been pretty stressful over there, to say the least, after that rebuild. They just weren't ready. They were not ready to start that up yet. Too many problems. I mean, hopefully they got them all straightened out so that now I can start watching everybody again. But it was quite a comedy over there, if you want to call it that. Not in not such a great way for the company, but yeah, it was. Let's just say it's been rough. As you haven't been live, were you? No, it wasn't that, Kevin. It was just that it was just too stressful over there. I mean, it just was, and it just, it sucked all the mood out, if you know what I mean. It just did. I mean, when you go there, I mean, especially the way it's been there, it's been kind of depressing, because of the way things have been running, and the morale's gone to an all-time low in there because of how all this has started, and it's just, it's not good in there right now. But, hopefully once they get these little problems straightened out and get all the lines running to where they need to be running, on a consistent basis, then yeah, then that's when that's when it'll get better. But it was just, it's been rough, to say the least. It just has been. But that's one of the reasons why, today, the sun's out. I like to do old sunrise lives. That's just my favorite thing to do. I just love it. I guess DoorDash is probably going to give me a little bit of a little so-called timeout for not taking that order. But I'm sorry, but I'm not going $4 for 11 miles. I'm not doing it. That's just not going to do it. We're not in a contest right now, so I can turn those orders down if I'd so please, and I will, because it's not worth it. Yeah, agree. Well, Kevin, I did pretty good yesterday, though. I mean, I did good last night. I had 2 pizza orders last night on DoorDash, and I made $45. I mean, all I had on DoorDash yesterday was, all I had the whole entire night in 2 hours time was 4 orders. I had two DoorDash orders that was they gave 2 pizza orders, and I got $45 for all that. There we go. Going back to grandma's again? All right, well, all right, we'll do that. Here, well, yeah, we'll get over here so I can park in. Yeah, I'll just go in here. Okay. All right, we'll go back there, I guess. I just wish you would have told me that earlier.
On State Route 44 for a half mile.
All right, we'll just turn in here and turn around and go back over there.
Then turn right onto State Route 44.
But yeah, I had 2 pizza orders yesterday, and I made $45 on DoorDash with those 2 pizza orders, and then I had a it was started out as $15, that I was from here to take a Smoothie King to Greensburg. So I kept turning that down, and after I turned that down, then they finally offered me $35 to go out there. So I got $35 to take that order out there. So yeah, so in 2 hours, that's what I made. It was a good night last night. That's what it was. I just hope to carry that into today. But so far it's been a little bit slow, but I mean it's okay. I mean, I'm getting started and I'm just getting ready for
turn left onto South Harrison Street.
Because beginning in May, we're going to have that very dry April here. Yeah, we had a little rain last night, but right now we're in the 30s. Yeah, we're in the 30s here. 37 degrees. I mean, April sometimes you will get, you'll have a little cool temperatures and sometimes a little snow, but May is just around the corner. And that's why May 1st, near 70 there. Okay. Yeah, May 1st, we're going to have a littles contest, which means that, and the reason why we're doing that is because the only thing that I'm saying is the Big Ten is back. Okay. The Big Ten Conference is back. The Michigan men's team won the men's basketball team, and Little One is in Michigan is part of Little One. And then if UCLA won the women's team, and Little Tiny is with that one. And then of course Indiana won the football, and Little Tiger is with that team. So since they have 3 winners, well, they're going to have a little contest between the 3 of them, just between the 3 of them, to see who, to see how much money can be made within that time. It's $500, and it's the first one, the first one that's closest to reach 500 in that.
South Harrison Street,
the first one to reach the closest to reach $500. During that month, that'll be the winning team. So that's how we're going to do that. And so if anybody wants to participate in that, I'll go in more details on the rules with that. But that's what we're doing in May. Okay, let me go pick up this grandma's order. I'll be right back. Well, they didn't give me a receipt this time. Okay. They gave me one last time, but they didn't give me one this time. All right. Yeah, she is talking about me. That's okay, though. All right. Verify. We can't verify, and we have no receipt. So we just do that. All right. Okay. So that's going up that way. That's okay, though, because I might get an Uber going up that way. That'd be nice. Okay. But the Littles contest is going to be fun because it's the first to 500, and what they're going to do is like they're going to each take turns, and it's going to be the total monies for each day that they do, and for the whole entire month. So that's how that's going to work. Turned pretty fast there, so that's why I kind of had to wait. But anyway, that's how that's going to work. So yeah, we're going to have a little contest with that. Plus, I'm going to start making my merchandise also next month, and the Littles are mostly going to be a part of that. So I will have some Littles merchandise out pretty soon. You'll be able to get hats and sweatshirts and shirts, things like that. So I'll be definitely working on that because I want to get that set up for May. So because the reason why we're doing it the Littles 500 is because, well, what happens in May, the Indianapolis 500. So it's kind of the same way, only it's just done a little different. So that's why I do that. I mean, I'm more a NASCAR racing fan than I am Indy 500, but still it's the same thing. But it's going to be a race between the three of them who will get 500 first. So that's how that will work. Okay. All right, so let's take this up here. Speaking of which, we're this little area that we're going into. It's a neighborhood that talks about horse racing. Like there's Derby Drive and a couple other streets. So we're talking about racing, so it correlates a little bit. So yeah. All right. Which lane is going to be closed here? It should be done with this. I mean, yeah, it's going to die when it lost the Winston Cup. Yeah. Well, and plus, as far as, I mean, and when all of the good names left too, yeah, it's not the same. You know, it's not the same without the Jeff Gordons and the Tony Stewarts, the Jimmy Johnsons, and, all those names. It's not the same. It really isn't. I mean, not to take anything away from these, newbies that are coming in and trying to make names for themselves, but it just isn't the same. It just isn't. That's when NASCAR was so awesome, and the Earnhardts, and that's when NASCAR was. Continue for 2 miles. I couldn't get enough of that. I just couldn't. But that was always my thing. And like over at the W2 that I worked at back then before it closed down, we were us the co-workers, I mean, we were having like little small bets on who would win because everybody liked different drivers. And so like for certain races, we would be like, hey, so-and-so is going to do this and all that. We would just have like small little tiny, bets to see who would win. And that was fun. I really enjoyed that. I wish we could do that. Yeah, it is all about money. You're exactly right. You're exactly right, Edwin. It is all about money. Everything's about money anymore. I mean, that's all it is. Even the college stuff today is basically all about money. It's like if you have the money, you're going to perform. If you don't have it, you're not. That's the sad part about it is. I just feel like if you leave if you don't put the focus on the money so much, it'll be a much more, you were a Dale Jarrett fan? Oh, okay. Yeah, like I said, back in those days, it was it was really that much fun to watch. It really was. I miss, all those names because it was real racing then. It really was. Not to say that it's not, racing now, but back then, man, it was so fun to watch. I couldn't get enough of it. I just couldn't. Especially at the time when they would do the Coca-Cola 600. They do that in May also. So on that day, I don't know if I'm off that day at my W2. If I am, there will be a special dash for that. So, because it'll be the Indy 500 plus there will be a special dash for that one. That's if I'm off. I have to look and see. Because we will have a definite special dash for that one. So, yeah. IROC. I don't really follow that much. But I mean, it's the reason why I'm just doing this race thing for May is because, of the,
in a half mile, turn left
because the Indy 500 is so popular. They call it the greatest spectacle in racing. Well, we would call this the greatest spectacle in dashing. That's how I would call it. So yeah, IROC. Yeah, I don't really follow that too much. I'm just mainly the IndyCar series or the NASCAR series. That's usually that's what I've always been. I've always enjoyed those. But like I said, nowadays it's not like it used to be.
Turn left onto Trotter's Chase, then turn left.
Because most of these are all the new names that are trying to make names for themselves, and all the good names are gone. But that's
left onto Derby Drive.
That's the sad part about it is, the older you get, and that's the way it was for them. So the older you get, the more things you got to leave behind. And for them, that was racing. Right. And, because that's how it was, International Racing Championship. Yeah. Yeah, well, I don't follow that, though. So that's... Oh, all right, ducks. Come on, let's go. Oh, now you're just going to slow down. Okay.
Turn right, then 2311 Steeplechase, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the left.
Okay, I think this is a frequent customer. Yeah, it's this one right here. Yep. Yep, it's a frequent customer right here.
2311 Steeplechase, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the left.
Yep, right here. Frequent customer. All right, I'll be right back. Usually they order in McDonald's, but today they wanted grandma's. All right. All right. Okay. Well, that puts us on almost 30. So that's right at right about my average. So that'll work. But the way this Littles race is going to be, it's like the first to 500 for, each day that they do. They'll take that score and they'll make it a cumulative score because, there'll be some days, it'll be the days that will be where it will take place will be Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays. Those are the only days that they'll be able to do that. So, and they'll just each take turns. Okay, tonight this would be a good time for an Uber order here, I think. Either that or a good order up here. Since I'm up here, you guys could give me a good Cracker Barrel order. So, we got something going on here. I wonder what we got going on. Some indie gig life action. Grand Rising. Hey, 310, welcome in. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think this Littles contest, I think, is going to be fun to do. It's going to be similar to, to the Big Ten thing, only just a little bit different, because it's, it's just them three competing against one another. Because I can't wait to get that merchandise out. I can't wait to, to get those shirts and stuff made, and then, because I'm going to get more pictures of them and post them up and put them on for the members, and also there will be members drawings for that as well, because there will be members drawings for t-shirts and hats and things like that. So yeah, we'll be doing that. So I'm kind of looking forward to the month of May. May should be an interesting month. And then after that, I'll be going to different markets in June and July when the weather's a lot warmer, and visiting that, because I just want to see in the summertime what markets are better, especially for Uber. Because I am going to probably starting once I get past 70 again on my acceptance rate on Uber, I'm going to try to go for Diamond if I can. I know that's hard to get, but I think if I go to different markets and I see what it is for Uber out there, I definitely try to get to Diamond level, which is what I would like to do. Because then you might be able to get the better offers, because that would be good, especially at the time of the May race, to do that. We'll take a little scenic route here while we're waiting for orders. The reason I do this is because then that way, if I get an order that comes back up here, it'll be a lot easier for me to come back this way than to go all the way down there and turn around. Plus you get a good view of the sun, nice little scenic with the sun coming out too, which is good, because this is what I like the most about driving in the morning, is the sun. The sunrise begins the day. How do you want to utilize your day? Do you want, what goals, what things do you have in mind to accomplish that day? That's what it's what it's all about. Just love it when the sun rises. Plus, it puts you in a better mood, too. That's one of the reasons why I don't really like working at night so much at my W-2, is because, it's already in a dark mood with everything that's going on there. And then when it gets dark outside, it just makes it, makes it even a little more uncomfortable. That was part of the reason why I haven't been live lately, is because of that. It's just been more of a depressed state, which is what that is there. But I know things will improve once they get that stuff taken care of and everything starts running smooth again. Then then it'll get better. But these things happen. It's like when you change things and do rebuilds and stuff, you're going to have those issues. But I didn't think they would be quite like this. I didn't think it would be this as intense, and have as much trouble. I thought it would be just a little things, but it was, it turned out to be a little bit more than they bargained for. A lot of lost money over the last 2 weeks, and that's not good. It's not good for anything, regardless of what you do. And of course, the teamwork could be better like that over there, which it isn't. Man, what they do here, they must have cut down a bunch of trees. I kind of like going back this way because this is a nice little scenic area over here. And sometimes you might see deer in the woods. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. But I thought maybe there might be some in here. I'm looking to the left here, just to slowing down just to see maybe if there might be some in there, but I guess not. There was one in there way back. Yeah, there was a deer in there. It was way back. I did see it. But I appreciate you all of you being here, giving me a chance to do something different on a Sunday morning. It's been a while since I've dashed on a Sunday here. I just thought maybe if I dashed here, it might be a little bit different. I know it's a little bit slow right now, but I'm sure it'll pick up a little, in a little bit. I'm just happy to got the orders that I got. They said here that Cracker Barrel was one of the what they call hot spots. It was what I call it is where the last orders came from. That's what I call it. Okay, so what I'm going to do when it does this, I put it in pause for a minute and then I go back out there. But yeah, this is a little bit nice little scenic route to get back to town. Instead of going through that little area over there where they got all those cones and stuff. All right. Okay, I just did the NATO Nation trick there. Let's see if that does anything. I would love to build up on that $80 I made last night, man. That was... and I only did it in 4 orders. Two pizza orders and a shopping order, and then one $35 Uber order that went to Greensburg from Shelbyville. So that's how it was last night. I wish I could do that again today. Only because usually I make $30 in 2 hours. I made $50 more last night at that time. I wish I could do that again today. There are softball tournaments going on here, because when I delivered that Uber last night, there was a softball thing going on there, and a lot of softball teams were staying at the hotel where this order was being delivered to. Just wondering if there's something going on at the park down here. I'm going to drive down there to see if there is. Appreciate the visits, appreciate the likes. Thank you guys. I appreciate it very much. Yep, they are. Yep, Softball games are going on over there. They sure are. Yep, all the fields have softball going on. Okay, $5 for 2.8 miles. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. Starbucks.
Drive east on Lee Boulevard for a half mile.
Yeah, $5 is not too bad for 2.8. It's less than $2 a mile, but it's still good enough to take, especially if it's not that busy. So let's go ahead and take it. Maybe we'll get a stack. We'll see.
In a quarter mile, turn left.
I figured you were gonna roll. That's why I. That's the one thing you got to do in this town is, you got to think in your mind
Then turn right.
that the next person is going to roll the stop or roll the light. They do that here. So, okay.
Turn right. In 400 feet, 110 Lee Boulevard, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the left.
Well, I'm already here.
110 Lee Boulevard, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the left.
All right, let's go get this Starbucks order. I'll be right back. All right, there we go. Okay, there is no receipt. Yeah, they got a new thing now that says scan the receipt. Well, they don't have the receipt here, so you can't scan what they don't give you. Starbucks never gives you a receipt. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Might get another grandma's going over where I'm going. Or they could do give me a Miller Avenue shopping order. It's after 8, so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. So either way, it's all right. See which way they take me.
Drive southwest on State Road 44 for 2 miles.
That's what I thought. That's the way I was going. That is where I was going. We'll just take a look and see who's going on right now, and as soon as we get done with this, let's put a little bit of life into this. We got to have some put some life back in these streams here. I think it will be good for me. Because there will also be stuff like for during the racing, you gain your points, but you also lose points too if there's unassigns, just like before. Because in racing, there's what they call unforced error penalties that you can do. So there will be that. I'll discuss all that when that time comes. We still got like a couple weeks before that even happens. I want to get that merchandise going. And with it being summer, of course, we're going to need
onto South Noble Street.
Thermoses and things to take outside, and some Little's merchandise with those too would be good. I just can't wait to see what I can do with that shop. I want to make that.
Turn left onto South Noble Street.
Because these are 3 of the best kitties that I have. I mean, they all have different personalities, but
Continue for a half mile.
but they just, they're just such a joy. They all are, in their own way. And I even thought about Meet the Littles 3 at some point, because you really haven't seen Tiger. So I thought about doing Meet the Littles 3.
In a
I'd
quarter
have to
mile,
kind of be creative
turn right
with
onto
that one,
Howard
though.
Street.
I had the first Meet the Littles back in December of 24, and I was doing a cooking segment then. And Then I had last year, I think in June, I had another Meet the Littles too.
Turn right onto Howard Street. Then 208 Howard
now we're going to
Street,
do
Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the right.
doing Meet the Littles 3.
208 Howard Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the right.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to have to walk a little bit because I can't park on that side of the street. All right. All right, we'll drop this off. Be right back. All right. Well, that was another $5. It was $5 I didn't have, so just went ahead and took it. Okay, so I'm up here, DoorDash. You can give me either a grandma's or what you always like to do, Miller New shopping order. So either of those you have in mind, well, here we are. What I would love to get right now is a nice little Aldi order. Get the Aldi order started now before they get rid of all their stuff. Because when they give you one at night, a lot of times they're out of the stuff. All right. Oh, come on, we can't let it be too slow. It says anywhere from 2 to 10. Surely there's got to be shopping orders. Appreciate the 8 likes. Thank you. Appreciate that. I haven't seen anyone in blue stop by yet. Of course, some of them are alive right now, though, too. We'll go sit up here by McDonald's, and then I'll look and see what's going on. Today, if I do get a Aldi shopping order, I think I will take you guys in there with me this time, because they don't play music in there. And the signal is better in there than it is in Kroger. All right, we'll sit here for a minute. Yeah, I probably better do this. This is supposed to pick up probably about soon here in Uber. Let me, I was going to check something else. What was I going to check? Oh. Okay, checking that out. All right, let's see what's going on we have here. Let's see if she's still alive here. Let's see. Oh, she's already off. Okay. All right, who we got on right now? Yeah, Dean's live. Okay, yeah.
Why wear your car out? It makes no sense to
Yeah.
Spend $400 or $500 on repairing your car to do an $18 order that's going to be difficult.
Yeah, you got to be select. Yeah, he's right. You got to be selective with your orders.
What to do with their own money,
Right. but you know, you got to be selective with what it is that you
can do
take.
whatever
It's
you
not
want.
easy.
I
It's
just
not
like
easy to do.
help people out, give my opinions and my life experience with stuff. You know, I've been months now without fixing my car because the weather, you know, the opportunity for it to get fixed, and then the overall my deduction of it is not worth fixing my car. As of right now, with the deal I got now, it's cheaper than a car payment, insurance, and maintenance for a vehicle to run someone else's vehicle in the ground. So I could take these long, like this here. I've already got gas. I got to put gas in because I haven't put gas in 4 shifts.
Yeah, to rent a car. Yeah, that don't sound like a bad idea. With Uber, you can do that too.
And then once I do that, I'll have 4 shifts. So I'll have all the rest of today, today's shift, tonight's shift, all of
Yeah, that
Monday's
one I
shift,
turned down.
and then I won't have to put gas in.
So I've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've had 5 orders already today. All right.
It's like I can hunker down and go ahead and just stay here in this area, or, stay in this region.
We'll just sit here for a minute, then we'll drive around because we can't sit around. We need orders.
For a Saturday night to look at those pathetic ass orders that I've seen, it's just, I mean, it's no different than the orders I'm seeing right now. They're just not even worth it. And sometimes you just have to make that call and say, hey, this is just not worth tearing my car up for doing these silly ass orders.
That's right. Well, just like that one, they wanted me to send me
Like this one.
$4 for 11 miles, or $4 for 11 miles. That wasn't gonna happen.
A 50-pound item and all of that stuff. I don't see it.
That's why I'm glad I'm not in a contest right now, because we're not doing stuff like that. It's not worth it.
Oh, no, this one might be all right. Oh, it's the opposite, so it's actually further than that, 6 miles away. My issue is,
I wouldn't mind doing another $30 order, even if I had to go to Greensburg or whatever. I wouldn't mind doing that. That was a good order last night. That was a really good order. I'd love another one of those.
I mean, it's like that where I'm at. 12 and 13 stoplights to get to an order. I mean, it's crazy. Then you got to come back and deliver it. Yeah, a lot of that stuff's just not working. Like this here, it's all country roads. This was a $6 order.
Okay, we're just going to keep moving around.
But guess what? I got $6 now to give me something to eat today. And there's not been any other.
Okay, let's do the NATO Nation trick again. Let's try that. I hope I don't have to do that all day.
But again, I'm at $98. So $98, I'm close to that 100. Now I can be on cruise control the rest of the day. I don't have to be as stressed. I don't have to take.
I thought he had $96 before I went live. Huh. Wonder if he'd slow down or something.
To try to get that $100 as quick as possible.
So I've been live an hour and he's still not at 100 yet.
I'm in. If it's then you got to come out at midnight in order to get your $100 as fast as you can. You may have to do that. We got to shift on what we're doing at times.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Again, my opinion, not financial advice. Everybody's got their own situations and what they got to do. But I would think everybody would want to try to get $100 a day as quick as they can.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Minimal amount of effort. I mean, I do.
I at least want to try to get 150 a day if I can. And if things going really good, especially if Uber's in there, we can get 200. Although I have done 200 just on DoorDash recently. So, but we can't let it be slow like this and not get it.
Yeah, you're working with what opportunity. But guess what? Guess what? If you didn't have Uber, if you only had Uber and DoorDash, look what kind of situation that you would be in. If you only had DoorDash and Uber, you've expanded out and gotten more opportunities. it's hard. People aren't hiring right now, and if they are, it's you're just going to get lucky. You're going to get lucky, and it's not guaranteed.
That's right. People aren't hiring right now. Well, I will say this. For those that are, they are hiring at my W-2. I just don't know if anybody would want to go there right now with the way the morale is. Certainly wouldn't recommend it. They are hiring temps right there though. Now there though. So.
Running as many miles and wear and tear on the vehicle all of a sudden, all at once. Like we do daily. But you still do. I broke it down several times. Let's say a $330 car payment. $150 insurance. And then $330 for maintenance a month. These are monthly expenses.
Yeah, you got.
You add all that up. That's basically.
Oh, going back to Starbucks. All right. The thing I did. See, yes, that NATO Nation trick does work. Okay. And it's only going 3 miles. $8. All right, let's go back to Starbucks. Yeah.
Then, in a quarter mile, turn right onto Lee Boulevard.
Include gas. Or, that don't include your gas.
Yeah, that NATO Nation trick works.
You owe $20 a day in gas or $30 a day in gas. Going to your W-2, you're still going to have to put gas in.
That's right.
Not as much, but
Turn right onto Lee Boulevard. Then, in 400 feet, turn left.
I mean, I've done the breakdown on it several times. It's still the same. The expenses are still the same.
Back to Starbucks.
Turn left. Then turn right.
How much are you going to make an hour? Minimum wage around here is $8. So even if you go to
You're not supposed to come out this way.
40-hour a week at $8 an hour.
It's only one way. You're not supposed to come out this way.
110 Lee Boulevard, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176.
There's even a sign that says you're not supposed to do that. And you're not supposed to come out that way. You're supposed to come out.
For 2 weeks to get another paycheck.
110 Lee Boulevard, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the left.
All right. Here we are again.
These aren't worth the pay no money. They think that these tens of thousands of dollars of AI stuff, robots, and all this is going to, be a better option in the long run. It's not. It's a
All
scam.
right.
The robot replacing people is a scam. The people that are coming up with the idea.
while I was in there, I got a Uber offer, but one were taken, so I had to turn it down. It's like $4 going like 9 miles. I wasn't going to do that. Okay. All right. Okay, can't verify the items, but we have no receipt. So. Okay. Yeah, even if I did accept that Uber order, I would have to bypass Kroger because it was a shopping order. I would have had to bypass it and go all the way down to this street that I'm going here, and then have to come back. They would have taken it from me anyway, so yeah, it wouldn't have been worth it. Would have been good for a dirty stack, but one worth it.
Drive southwest on State Road 44 for 2 miles.
I just wish I would have got that Uber at the time that I was over at Kroger over there instead. I wish I would have got it then, because then I would have probably would have taken it. Well, it was 8 miles though, but I knew where the street was, because Uber could have done a stack, because they've been known to do that. RP Mountain, hey, how's it going, RP Mountain? Welcome in, yeah. Shasta, California, all right. Yeah, I remember you the other night, yeah. Appreciate you joining again, thank you. Yeah, we're just out here doing a little Sunday dash in Shelbyville today. It's a little bit slower than I had wanted, but it's all right. I mean, we're starting to might be starting to pick up a little bit around 8 o'clock. I just wanted to be out here a little bit closer to home today, because I mean, the way it's been at my W2, I kind of feel more mentally drained than anything, and that's kind of why I'm where I'm at right now. Which is why I haven't been on for a little bit, is because of that. It's just a lot of chaotic stuff going on there right now while they're trying to sort out all these issues from the rebuild. It's been very rough and a lot more work for me at this point, but it should get better. Hopefully when they get all that fixed out, then, run smoother again. Then I can visit everybody again, which is what I want to do. So do you have flea markets there on Sundays? Yeah, RP, as soon as I drop this off, if I come back and don't get anything, I'll show you where a flea market is. Yeah, I'll show you where one is. I don't know if it's open today, but I know where one is. I know where there's one in Edinburgh, but we're nowhere near there. It's good to get out and drive when things get tough, though. Yeah. Yeah, it is true, but the thing is, though, you got to be you also have to be fully there mentally. You just do. I mean, it's not just physically, but you got to be fully there mentally also to really get out there and do it. Because if your mind really isn't there because of what's been going on in your place of work, it's you could get yourself in a position to where you could find yourself in a little bit worse trouble than what you are. That's kind of one of the reasons why I wanted to just hold off and just not do much of anything until, because I've always wanted to go live, because I like to go live every single week and do that to try to stay as consistent as I can. But if your mind isn't fully there,
In a quarter mile,
then
turn left onto South Harrison
it
Street.
kind of brings everything down, and I didn't want to bring everything down at that point because of how mentally drained I felt after working there the last couple weeks, which is why I haven't really gone into anybody's live or anything either, because of that reason. I mean, there's just times that you just got to step back a little bit and reflect, try to get your mind fully in focus, so that when you do get back, then you'll be fully refreshed and over all of what's been trying to trouble you. And so that's kind of why I held back going live and doing all that, because of that reason. Because I know that if anybody that I know that's on here that would work there for a day or two, especially going through what I do, they feel the exact same way I do. Yes, favorite words this year has been grateful and focused. Yeah. Well, and that's another thing too, RP, is that there's a lot of ungratefulness going on around, and there is, and I've noticed it. I've noticed it in more. That's the one thing that we also have to understand is being so much, being grateful for everything that it is, that we have. And there's just some people that say, well, they don't have enough, and that they need more. If this person, what kind of work do I do? Quality control for housing products. Yeah, that's what I do. Quality control for housing products. I always see if things are operable or not, or if it's the right if it's the right texture, the right if it's worth going out selling to the customers. Because if it isn't, then then I have to reject it, and then they have to make adjustments to make it right, so that it can go out. Because if I reject it, then the product has to go on hold.
Turn right
then
onto
the
West Locust Street.
then the next shift daylight inspector has to go through all that and verify the reason why I rejected it, and then they make the final decision as to whether or not my reject was my reject was legit, or if they thought that I might have that if they thought it was good enough to send. But I have the right to reject it if I feel that it's not good enough to send. But if someone comes behind me and they say that it's okay, then it's their decision. It doesn't fall back on me. So. And that's the same thing I do when I do shopping orders for customers, especially when I'm
Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the right.
All right, let's see which one is it. Okay, it was the one back there. All right, still got to park up here though. Okay. All right, let me drop this off and I'll be right back. All right, so all I need is $3. By 9 o'clock, I'll have my average. So, yeah. Of course, you want to do. So you put out small fires. Well, yeah, that's, you might want to say that. If you want to call it small fires, I just know that if a product is not worth sending, if it's anything that I know, or if it's if there's the wrong quantity or something like that in there, then I say something. Just like what happened the other day, there was a wrong quantity that was being put in a bag because the person didn't read the sheet right, and they ended up putting 5 pieces in the bag when it was only supposed to be 4. So had a little issue with that. So that kind of stirred up the pot a little bit, as far as, so some of that stuff had to be brought back around and had to be undone so that it was going in the right way. So it's little stuff like that. That's the kind of thing you gotta, when you do the job that I do, you gotta be observant and watch what everybody does. Make sure that everybody's doing the right thing, the right quantity's going where it's supposed to go. It's not as easy as it looks. And I had to work 8 years to get to that, or 7 years to get to that position. So I mean, it's a great job. There's just a lot to it. And everybody says, oh, it's so easy and all that stuff. Well, it's not as easy as you think it is. There's a lot more to it than what you think. Because you don't just do one line a night, you do a couple. And then you rotate every day. And there's always different products. And I mean, it's a really good job. Man, they still don't have the fountain up yet. What are they waiting on? I know last year around this time they had the fountain. They had the fountain lit. I don't know, or the water on the fountain lit. I don't know what they're waiting on. Unless maybe they're just waiting on the month of May, because that's where I'd like to do a lot of my my night stream lives. Especially if I'm giving out giveaways and stuff. I want to do it there at the fountain instead of doing it at Walmart or Kroger. The fountain, it's a lot more soothing, and that's another thing too. I like going there in the summer when it's and just sit by the fountain, in the evening time and just watch the water turn different colors, and it's very soothing. And in fact, I've got those lives on there that from a while back, to where it's just an hour of just sitting and watching the fountain. Little things matter in the grand view of things. Oh yeah, little things mean a lot. They do. Yeah. Even the smallest of minuscule things is you can make a big difference. I mean, you look at it this way, RV. It's like, you have a really great car. Hey, we got someone. We got a Kroger order. Okay. They only want 4 items. It's $5 going 3.2 miles. Not a terrific offer, but we'll take it. I mean, I'd rather do that than nothing.
East on State Road 44 for a half mile.
Not a terrific offer, but acceptable. At least it'll put me at my average, so.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto East Michigan Road.
Because my average is 15 an hour, no matter where it is I'm at. It doesn't matter where I'm at. That's usually what my average is.
Turn right onto East Michigan Road, then turn right.
But a few little shopping orders here and there can certainly make the difference.
In 500 feet, turn right.
We're good here. Yeah, I can go up here. Yeah, I'll just go up here. Yeah,
Turn right. Then, in 100 feet, 1601 East Michigan Road, Shelbyville, Indiana
Right here.
46176-4058. United States will be on the left.
Okay. It's only 4 items, so I will not be that long. So, yeah, it won't be long at all. Just 4 items I gotta get. All right, I'll be back shortly. All right, well, they added an order on there, another $5, so that's why it took a little bit longer. And as always, they had there was an item that they didn't have. Yeah. Okay. But, and this is the first time I've ever seen this. It said that the item that I said was not available. I got a message on there that said, this is a hard item to find, therefore we will not count it against your rate. And I'm like, okay. All right, let's see where we're going with these two. Oh, these people order all the time. And they're the one with the hard to find item. Of course, they're always the one with the hard to find item. Yeah, these people order all the time. They either order Dollar General or Kroger. In our favorite trailer park. Oh, wonderful. Well, at least I don't have to turn the GPS on. I know exactly where I'm going, and I know exactly which trailer it is. They always say, well, it's this color trailer, and we don't knock. I said, well, I already know. I deliver to you all the time. Practically every day that I'm out here, I deliver to you. Only I didn't deliver to them last night. But a lot of times, if there's a shopping order, I'm going to be delivering to them. With pristine water here? Oh, okay, yeah. All right. Yeah, I want to be where there's some pristine waters. I mean, I just want to be around water, period. I just want to be around the ocean. Just, as I tell you what, from where I've been on my W-2, the ocean would have been the ideal place for me. That's one of the most soothing places you can be, is at an ocean. Especially when you go through some stressful stuff like I have been at my W-2. See where the kid was unforgettable. Yeah. There were some unforgettable things when you were a kid. But unfortunately, you had to grow up. That's why I say to kids these days, enjoy being a kid while you can. Because you don't want to be out here right now. You don't want to be on your own right now going through this. Enjoy being a kid as much as you can. Because if you don't enjoy your youth or being a kid, you're going to miss out, and you're going to wish that you were a kid again. Just like I tell my grandson, same thing. Enjoy being the age you are now. You don't want to grow up right now. But that was something new. I was kind of glad to see that. I said, this item is extremely hard to find, therefore we will not count it against your rating. I'm like, okay. Now you're starting to wise up a little bit. About time they give us a break on something. Because yes, an item like that is hard to find. Not every store carries it. Because that store I don't think does. Now I saw it in the group cans, but not single. Dax, hey Dax, welcome in. There's our first blue, first one in blue today. Yeah, guys. RP, have you ever checked out Dax Anderson? He's got a really good channel too. You got to check him out. He's big Minnesota Viking fan. Also was in the WWE. Has some affiliation with that, and some other good things. You definitely need to check him out. So definitely. Happy WrestleMania. Oh yeah, WrestleMania, absolutely. Yeah, I remember the old Hulk Hogan WrestleManias back in the 80s. Now, those I loved. Yeah. And also the also one I think was 2016, I think it was, when Pitbull's Green Light was the theme song of that WrestleMania. That was 2016, wasn't it? You remember that, I think. Yeah, that was the theme song. Pitbull's Green Light was the theme to that. Has been inducted the Hogan Andre match into the Hall of Fame. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was an unforgettable one. And I know there will be those that'll watch that for even on years to come. I'm sure there will be other big time matches that will also be in the Hall of Fame. I'm trying to remember some of the real good ones. All right, let's go to one of our favorite trailer parks and deliver this frequent customer. And since I'm passing by here, I'm sure that DoorDash will make me come here. Yeah, they love to send me this one. Roman Launchi, yeah, welcome in. Yeah. Yes, thank you, Dax. And those guys that are in here, Dax Anderson Show, definitely give that channel a check out. He's got a really good channel, guys. Definitely check him out. I mean, pretty soon, like say just couple months down the road, they're going to start training camp for football and for the Minnesota Vikings. That's his team. So anybody's a Minnesota Vikings fan, well, there you go. Yeah, you could talk Minnesota Vikings for a long time. All right. All right, let's give this to our frequent customer down here. Just loves to order. Especially when you live in a trailer park. I mean, unless somebody there's got a good job, I don't know how you could continuously order DoorDash, especially shopping orders, as much as these people do. Because most of your orders in here are not very good tippers. $3:30 p.m. in Switzerland. Oh, okay. All right, Roman. I appreciate it from Switzerland. Yeah, I enjoy everybody from all countries, all walks of life. I appreciate that. I really do. We're just one big group that we all learn to get along from different countries. We just might learn something from one another. And that's what I always try to emphasize on my channels, that we can learn from one another instead of trying to be at odds with one another and pointing fingers. All right, let me drop this off. I'll be right back. All right, now I gotta take this next order. Hey, there's Yvonne. Welcome, Yvonne. Appreciate it. Thank you for joining in. Yeah, we got it's been a while. It's good seeing you again. Yeah, it's I've been off YouTube for a little bit. I've been going. We've been having some struggles at my W2 lately, especially after this rebuild, and I just think they started the lines up too fast, and things haven't been going well, and been a lot more work, and it's been kind of rough. So, but I'm certainly glad that that you came in. Hopefully, after everything gets all straightened out, I'll start watching you guys again, and then I'll be on everybody's live streams, because we're going to have some new adventures coming up. In May, we're going to be doing the Littles contest. I'll explain more about that, a little bit later on in a post. And then in June, I'm going to be going to different markets, traveling to different towns and stuff after I, do a little bit of pre-maintenance work on my car. So that way I can do that. So, and test the markets out, so that when we have the Big Ten contest next year, some of those markets might come into play, and I might even hopefully I'll have Spark by then too. That would be nice. All right, man, I got a long way to go to get to this place. Both of these places, don't really tip very well, but I'm getting $11 for both of these orders. So, yeah. You hear the news that Nana got a new job? She's a new Vikings cheerleader. Well, that's the rumor I'm spreading. Yeah. Yeah, I like that, Dex. Although I bet she probably, would be good at cheerleading, or maybe, she might have some cheerleaders, in her grandkids. You just never know. You just never know. Mm-hmm. My daughter was a cheerleader at one time. She only did it for a year because she really didn't think it was for her, but she did do it. Because back then, especially that was like 2012, 2013, around that time. she just tried it for a year, and she just thought, well, it really wasn't for her. And I was kind of, not to say that she was bad at it or anything, but I could kind of tell that maybe that really wasn't for her to do. There's some that have that and some that don't. Okay, now it's getting a little bit warm here. Hey, we got Roy in here. Hey, Roy, welcome in. Yeah, Roy, I've been a little bit absent from YouTube recently for a lot of reasons. It's all because of my W-2. You're trying to talk about depression, anxiety, and all that stuff. Well, I'll tell you what, my W-2 right now can certainly cause some of that stuff you've been talking about. So, and that's exactly what's been going on. They just started everything up too early, and it's caused a lot of problems over there, and and I just haven't been in the mood. I haven't really been in the mood to dash. I haven't been in the mood to, to go live or do anything else, because it's, it's been that bad. It really has. But it's really good that you are taking that. So, all right, Roman, you have a good day. I certainly appreciate you coming in. You're welcome at any time. And Roman, don't forget to check these channels out in blue. All these in blue, definitely check them out because they're all worth watching. Okay. You're not an anxiety guru, just getting better. Well, I wasn't saying that that you were, but I'll tell you what, though, if you were here, Roy, it would cause that, because it's done that with some of them here. It got so bad to where they had some call off. They've been having some call offs because of the way the morale has been, the way the lines have run. Some of them had just said, I said, I don't care. I'll take a point. I'm not going to put up with this. Because it's been too much, and they've had to do it. It's been that bad. It really has. It's that bad. Because this week I really wanted to get in and start watching everybody again. Hey, Vicky, welcome in. Yeah. So you understood W-2s can be like that. I said, well, this one really isn't. But the thing is, it's just that, they started everything too early. Because this one line that they run really was not ready. They needed another week to completely fix it. And because they started it too early, well, they had to keep fixing it on the fly and try to run it again and all that. And it cost them more money than it would have had they just waited another week and ran it after trying to fix the problem in the first place. Because they found something that was supposed to be fixed during the rebuild that wasn't, and that was the reason why the line kept doing what it was doing. They just weren't ready. And that kind of stuff will cause anxiety. It'll cause morale to go low, which it does. And it just there were just those that were just so fed up they called off and put us behind. The crew that I'm on at that job, let's see, of all the plants, our plant and my crew is the worst plant when it comes to attendance. We have more attendance issues than any other crew on any other plant all around the country. And that's pretty sad. Yeah, they jumped the gun. Yeah, they did. A week early. Yep. They just weren't ready. Because what they were supposed to do is do a final inspection on everything, which was not done. And I don't know why it wasn't done. And, the one main supervisor that I worked for, he said that was he said he knew very well that wasn't done. And it cost him way more money to run the lines the way they did than to wait another week. And it was just total chaos the last couple of weeks there. It just was. Everybody's scrambling around, having to keep shutting the line down. Everybody's scrambling around to fix this, that, and the other. And it was a lot harder work on everyone. And it just, yeah, I mean, and there were those that just got so fed up they had to call off because they didn't want to have to deal with it. And I can't blame them. You know, I mean, you don't want to, take points unnecessarily. You want to save those for when you really need them. But, in a case like that, I guess they really need them to keep their sanity. And I certainly, like I said, you can't blame them. But it puts us, behind when it comes to attendance. And then, then we're shorthanded as it is. So, those that may need a job, hey, we got positions open, but I'm not sure it's the best place to work for right now. But you will have a job, that's for certain. Because they do need to hire, temps to hire. So they do have those available right now. Yeah, it will get better. Yeah, it will. And once it starts smoothing out, then I'll be able to start watching you guys again on a regular basis, especially when you get remonetized. Okay, notice I said when, okay? Because I have total faith that you will, because I think they did you dirty, and they gotta pay you back for it. So, yeah. The new Just Roy delivery will be better than ever. Get you on the road to 2K, 3K, and so forth. You got to start chasing up these other ones. There's a lot of them that are climbing the ladder right now. But rightfully so. They got great channels. Okay. Yeah, it was a long way from where I was to get here.
North Riley Highway, State Route 9. Then, in a half mile, turn left onto Raleigh Boulevard.
Yeah, both that trailer park and this up here, they do not tip at all. Not very well. But now maybe that I'm up here, I'll get like a Cracker Barrel maybe, or a Casey's or something like that. I do have Uber on. I'll just wait for them to give me an order, hopefully. I'd like to get a dirty stack. That would be nice. Haven't had one. And that's another thing. When we do the Littles contest, we'll have special stuff for the dirty stacks too.
In 900 feet, turn left onto Kingston Lane.
Yeah, I'll be so ready to, to get my merchandise ready so you guys can, so you guys will be able to get that. Plus I will have, plus the contests will be for free merchandise. So I'll be able to send that stuff to you guys for free. Okay, so I gotta turn left up here. Yeah, I do not care for this apartment complex
Turn
at
left
all.
onto Kingston Lane. Then 2404 Sergeant Wright Court, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the left.
All right. Yeah, I hardly ever have any orders back here.
Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the left.
Let's see, can I park closer without it being a place that I shouldn't park? Nope, they don't have that sign there, so all right, this will work. All right. that's a different name. Oh, right downstairs. Finally, we got a downstairs one down here. Oh, that's great. Okay. Usually I'm the third floor up here, but no, this one's. All right, well, that shopping order took a little bit of my time, so. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to pause this for a minute. It's been starting to act up a little bit. Yeah, because it needs charge, that's why. And when it gets in the 60s, it starts acting up a little bit, so. All right. Yeah, in here, any orders you really get in here, they do not tip very well at all. You're lucky to get $2, if that, when you deliver an order here. They just don't tip here. Okay. Okay, well, I'm in a place because I usually do a Cracker Barrel or 1 or 2 Cracker Barrels if I dash here on a Sunday, so maybe this would be a good time to get one. Well, that's nice to see. Yes, $3.65. 2 weeks ago, it was $4.19. There's Mary. Welcome in, Mary. Thank you for joining, Mary. Yeah, I'll be glad to, after this week, I'll be able to get you guys in. Yeah, I'm having a Little's 500, Mary, and I'm going to get my cat merch going later this month. So, yeah, I'll be glad to do that. I'm going to get some more pictures of them and try to get a lot of that merchandise. So I certainly would love to see that. Plus, they're having a little contest of their own, and the reason is because when I was doing the Big Ten dashing, well, in the actual 6 months. Oh, thank you. Well, yeah, very good. All right, yeah, we'll do a little cheer for that. As soon as this person gets up here, we'll do a little cheer for that on Mary. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay. But anyway, I'm saying that the Big Ten is back. Okay, and the reason why I say that is because Michigan won the men's basketball tournament, the actual men's basketball tournament. So, with that being said, that was on Little One's team. Okay, and then Indiana won the football championship, and that was Tiger's team. So, and then the women's team was UCLA for the basketball, and so, and that was Little Tiny's team. So, since all three won in that regard, they're going to have a little contest of their own, Little's 500, which is whoever has, whoever gets $500 the fastest in the month of May, that'll be the winner. Whoever gets $500 the fastest. And then, like, we'll have contests with those. If anybody wants to get involved with that, enter that. It'll be for, prizes, such as when I get the merchandise goes. Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to say. Congratulations to your Wolverines for winning. And that's Little One's team. So, yeah, they won the tournament. That was, I mean, they absolutely made the Huskies look awful. Because everybody thought that the Huskies were gonna beat them, but nope. The Huskies weren't ready to play them. And I knew that that I said Michigan, they had the chance, even though Purdue beat them in the Big Ten tournament. But of course, Purdue had a good team though too. So it's like any teams in the Big Ten that they play one another, I mean, anybody can win. But when you get outside of there, then it's a little bit different because you don't really know who you're going against. Yeah. But yeah, I'm going to get some more pictures of the kitties, and I'm going to get some good close-ups of them, and I'm probably am going to have a Meet the Littles 3. I just got to be a little bit more creative with that one. I just got to figure out how I'm going to get that one done. Because you really haven't seen Tiger yet, so I got to show you. I got to show everyone Tiger, and you can see his personality. I mean, you've seen Little One before, you've seen Little Tiny before, but I don't think you have seen Tiger yet. So we gotta. I want to do a Meet the Littles 3, and then you can see who Tiger is, and just see how lovable he is and how mellow he is. I mean, he's just so laid back. He doesn't, do anything. He's just so comfortable being in a home. Probably after being outside for so long, he just feels so comfortable. He doesn't bother the others at all. I mean, sometimes, the others will, go up to him and, to say, hello to him or something. But I mean, they don't bother one another. He doesn't bother them, and they don't bother him. So, yeah. I mean, Mary Howard and Wesley would have, they would make friends with him real easily because that's how mellow he is. And also, if he comes up to you and sits next to you, especially after you fed him, he'll purr, and he'll purr very loud. He purrs louder than the others do. That's right after you feed him. Because when he has his belly full, that's, he's the happiest, and that's when he'll come up and, and tell you thank you for feeding him. But sometimes I'll get that little thing out where the red dot goes around, and the little one loves to play with that. And that's the one thing I want to show everybody is, how she can be with that. Like that's how she gets her exercise. But sometimes the Tiger will too. Sometimes he will. Yeah, he's very loud. Very loud. But that's a good thing. But I mean, it's mostly he's, he does it, before he, to tell you that he wants to eat, and then he does it after he wants to eat. Little Tiny does that too. Little Tiny will purr, come up to you and purr real loud and give you a little nibble on your, on your arm or something to tell you that she's ready for some food. So, I mean, they all do it in their own way. But I really enjoy coming home to them. Laser toy. Yeah, well, that's what it is. Yeah, it is the red laser toy. That's what it is, yeah. I just set it on the ground, and it just goes all over. And, and if Little One's in a playful mood, she'll go around and chase that thing for a long time. She gets tired easily doing it, but that's good. She needs her exercise. Yep. But yeah, you guys haven't seen Tiger yet, so that's why I want to do Meet the Littles 3, and I think I'll do that soon. I just got to be a little creative with it in order to, to make it work. So. But yeah, it's just so much fun coming home to them, and yeah, it's enjoyable. Well, that shopping order kind of hurt my time a little bit because it's almost 10 o'clock. But maybe I'll get an $8 order here before it hits 10. Maybe. I mean, I certainly could use an Uber right now. That's the one thing about Sunday, though. It's a grab bag day. You don't know what you're going to get at any certain time. I will say there's softball tournaments going on, so that could play a role into why it might be a little bit slower today. Because I see a lot of people at the park because there is softball tournaments going on. That was my Uber order from last night that went to a hotel. It was $35 to go from Shelbyville to Greensburg to take to a hotel because it was going to, the order was going to someone that was in the softball tournament. Mama Gig should be monetized any time now. Well, that's awesome. I want to see her get her 1K. I was upset that they did that to her. But they did the same thing to Dashing Dink, too. They did that to him as well. Like she thought she had it, and then, the next thing the next day, well, it was all gone. That's what happened with Dink. Same thing. And I certainly would just love to see her get that 1K this week. I really would. I mean, if anyone she's at 960, she was last night. Yeah, I saw she was that last night too. She texted me the other day. She needs 126 watch hours. She's excited. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. I said I will help with that. I think what I'll do tonight, if she is not there yet, I will. I'll put on a one of those playlists, and I'll have her playing tonight, and that way maybe she'll get it in the morning. I mean, I know it's only like 12, 18 hours or something, but I mean, even 18 hours is 18 hours closer, right? That's how I look at it. Yeah, if anybody deserves to be monetized, she does. Especially when she shows as much patience and endurance with the kids that she has and going out there and doing everything. I mean, someone who can multitask and keep the patience she has deserves monetization in the worst way. And they do. And she definitely deserves that. Okay, I am 1K. We do not discuss politics on here. So I'm sorry I have to get rid of you. We do not discuss politics on here. Okay? For anybody that's on here, whether you agree or disagree with who's in office, again, we do not discuss that here. So we do not bring politics to this channel. We do not bring religious to this channel. And the reason we don't is because it causes division. And we will not have division on this channel. Okay? Because the old cartoon, Tom Slick, it would say, there's no such word as division in Big 3 Dashing Marigold. Because there isn't. And I just think, I think maybe to help with her 1K if she's up to it. Maybe this week she could, we might do a Penn State LSU dash off between us. Maybe that might put her over the top. That's what I would love to see. Let's see. Tomorrow your channel turns 2. Oh, okay. So mine was the 11th. Chuck's was the 13th. And then you're the 19th? Okay. There we go. We got an order.
Drive southeast.
All right. Well, we got a Denny's. It's $5 going 1.2 miles, so that's not that bad. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why Chuck didn't go live Wednesday night to do his, that was his anniversary. Yeah. I'm a little disappointed. I thought sure he would go live for his, to discuss his anniversary, because I know everybody wanted to say, happy third YouTube anniversary to him. Yeah. But I mean, I understand, there's times he just feels like it and times he doesn't. I get it. I totally understand. All right. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah. All right. Oh, I gained 10 points by going there. Okay, that's good. 420. Oh, okay. Today's 19. 420. Okay. Yeah, 420. The last 3 numbers of Mad Dasher. Yeah. Yeah. 3 numbers of Mad Dasher. Yeah, he's waiting to get married. Uber Eats is supposed to pay for his wedding. Yeah, that'll be a good one. All right, let me go get this. I'll be right back. I don't know about this thing that they're doing with this scan thing now. Now they're wanting, if you don't have a barcode, they look for the person's name. So if they have the person's name, then it's an okay scan. Okay. Okay, it's not that far from here. Okay. I can take progress there. So that's what we'll do. All right. Okay. The old folks get tired. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the older you get, the more things you got to leave behind. Yeah. I know, Chuck. He's not really, a spring chicken anymore. Even though that he's out there doing it, trying to get everybody, back in maybe in the spirit of dashing again by him being back out there. Because I think everybody kind of got tired because, and a lot of it I've noticed is the fact that when he wasn't around, everything else kind of went downhill for some others because they know they need him. His personality and his jovial self to bring back to bring that back. And ever since that he came back, I've noticed that things have gotten better for some people. So all right. All right.
Drive south, then turn left.
Yeah, I don't know why it's telling me that, but whatever. Yeah, it's telling me I'm going on a different street than what I'm going on. I don't understand that at all. But okay.
Turn right onto State Road 44.
There you go.
In a half mile, turn left onto East Michigan Road.
I think I can get there a faster way. I'm a little short of my $60, but it's all right. We'll make it up. So you told him sorry you missed him Wednesday. He came in. Oh, he came in your live last night? Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, on my anniversary date, I
Drive south. Then, in 500 feet, turn right onto East Michigan Road.
I wanted to give him a special thank you because I owe my channel to him because, like I said, I wouldn't have a channel if it wasn't for him. I mean, he's the reason why.
Turn
why I
right
have a
onto
channel.
East Michigan Road. Then,
60
in
hours
500
or
feet,
$60?
turn left.
Oh, okay. All right.
Turn left onto Serrano Road.
Why did I? Okay. Oh boy.
Drive west on
There we
East
go.
Michigan Road. Then turn left onto Serrano Road.
All right. You're watching Dean both at the same time, back and forth. Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw Dean was on earlier. Yeah, yeah, before I went live, he was at like $92 or something, and then an hour later, he was still at 90 something, and I thought, wait a minute, you didn't do anything for an hour? I was kind of surprised at that. But yeah, Dean's trying to get up there to 1K too, and I'm hoping that he can get there soon. I mean, there are those that just need to get get these watch hours and stuff going. But I mean, it's
Turn right onto Ellington Drive.
okay. That's what I thought you were gonna do. Okay. I thought that's the way you were gonna
In
take
900
me.
feet, turn right onto High Point Boulevard.
Yeah, that wasn't that bad an order for $5. Pretty day. It is a pretty day here. It was
Turn Turn right
sort of
onto
ugly
High Point
yesterday.
Boulevard. Then 631
But
High
it is
Point
cool,
Boulevard,
though.
Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the left.
It's 46 degrees here. It was 30. It got to like 37 last
631
night.
High Point Boulevard, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the left.
Okay, yeah, right there. All right. Yeah, I can't park on the other side of the road. So, all right, let me go drop this off. I'll be right back. All right. Okay, let's see. Better turn around in here than have to go all the way around. I don't like to go all the way around. Because, I mean, Kroger's right here, and if I got a shopping order at Kroger, I'm right here, so... Yeah, well, I had a Kroger shopper ordered earlier today. It was two orders. Like it was started out as one, and then right after I entered the store, then I got the second one. I mean, they weren't. It was good to do two orders. It's just the customers were a lot further apart than I thought they were. So that's kind of where all my time went. I'm just going to park up in there just for fun. Because if I don't get anything, you know, it is too late for breakfast, too early for lunch right now. And plus, there would be time to for menu changes around that time, and that can get a little bit ugly. So I might stop my DoorDash. I'll keep Uber on, but I'm going to probably stop my DoorDash at that point, and then just come back on at 11. Just do a couple things real quick, and then go back to it. And then let them change their menus so there's no confusion with that. Because some customers can get pretty upset if they order breakfast at the last minute when the lunch menu already changed. Because I've had that happen a couple times, and it wasn't fun. Then you got to get support involved and all that, and that can be problematic. So never thought about that, the menu change. Yeah. So yeah, I think on account of that, I think I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to leave Uber on though. So I'm going to go ahead and end the dash right now. So the DoorDash I'm going to end, but I am going to leave Uber on. So, because Uber can be anything. So, all right here. All right, let's see here. All right, here, we'll just do it this way. We'll turn it open and turn it back on. Okay. All right, we'll do it that way. All right. Do something real quick here. I'll be right back. All right. All right. Let's go on over here and let's go get the next phase of this done. Oh, it's still not 10:30 yet. Let's see. Go ahead and plug this back in. All right. All right, let's get ready for round two. Just want to take care of one little thing here real quick before I get ready for round two. Yeah, that's the menu change around 10:30. It can be a little bit of a problem. Because I did have that happen once. And the customer wasn't all too happy. Because they said, well, I got my order in time and you're telling me that I can't have it. And I said, well, I don't know who the supervisor was there at the time, but they told me that they had switched the menu and they weren't gonna do it. And like I said, I had to get support involved and calm the customer down, and we ended up canceling the order. So it wasn't a very good experience. So that's why I say I try to stay off of there until then. I'm pretty sure that a lot of other customers are pretty understanding about the menu change, but there are those that are like, well, if you would order earlier, then you wouldn't have that issue. And it should say on the app. It should say on the app, whenever it is you're ordering, it said, say, due to change of menu, please consider before ordering, because they may be changing menus. And then that right there would stop that. I don't know if there's that option or not. Thought maybe that might be good to go into the 7 brew there, because they had a good drink in there. It's the same as the Starbucks caramel ribbon crunch, but it's just the crunch is missing, but it tastes exactly the same. All right, guys, let me turn this around for a couple minutes, and then we'll restart. Yeah, just give me a couple seconds here, guys, while I get this taken care of real quick. Yeah, it's only take a minute. All right. All right. Yeah, I think I'm going to go on ahead and do that, guys. So let's go ahead and, all right. Well, I'm going to leave it out anyway, so. Okay. Yeah, let's do, okay, so when I get ready to order, I'm going to have to mute it because they are playing music, so, all right. Okay, sorry I had to mute you guys there for a minute, but because it was because they were playing copyright, I couldn't have you on there. So yeah. Yeah, when I stop up here to sign back in, then I'll show you this drink I got. They call it a brunette mocha. It tastes exactly the same as the caramel ribbon crunch over at Starbucks. Tastes exactly the same. The only thing that's missing is the crunch part. Yeah. But they taste very identical, and both cost the exact same. So if you want the crunch part, well, then you have to, yeah. But it tastes the exact same, and plus, I mean, I'm one more drink over there to get in a free one. So, as you buy 7 and you get 1, hence the 7 brew. You buy 7 drinks, you get a free one the next time. So, okay. I'll show you what it is I got. Yeah, Dax just came in. Yeah, there's Mary. Yep. All right. Should show you guys what this brunette mocha is here. I'll sit up here by McDonald's for a minute, and we'll do that. Okay. Can't really see it that well, but here, I'll just turn it this way. That way you can see it. Yep, there it is right there. Yeah. 7 brew. It's the brunette mocha. That's what they call it. Yeah. It's just like the caramel ribbon crunch over at Starbucks. The only thing that's missing is the crunch part. But it tastes exactly the same. All right, let's get ready to start back up. Okay. Okay. Go ahead and get this ready here. Okay. It says 7 minutes, so maybe I'll wait. Okay, let me take a look and see if anything changed. Oh, my completion rate is back up there where it should be. Okay. All right, looks good. I'll just wait a minute. All right. Okay. Yeah, hopefully with this contest that we're doing with the kitties, I'm going to try to see if I can get to diamond level at Uber. That would be nice. I know they're saying, well, it's not all cracked up to be. It may not be, but I would like to see what it would be like to get there. Okay, DoorDash is back on, Uber's back on, so let's see what we can do now, guys. Should have given him plenty of time to change the menu. Let's see. Well, $9 for 8.6 miles. Well, yeah, all right. At this time of day, that might not be bad to take. It's $9. I mean, it is 7.9, so you might want to say 8 miles. It's not a terrific offer, but, you know, with Uber on, you never know. So, yeah, it's not a terrific offer, but Hey, there's Sheila. Welcome. Lee, Jill, hope you're doing well. I'm on the way home from Austin right now, and I saw you were alive, so I thought you'd tune in. Well, I certainly appreciate it, Sheila. It's been a long time since we've seen you. I am watching those your treadmill videos and stuff, and doing all that. Honestly, that's one of the things that I'm planning to do this summer, especially if it's a summer slowdown, is to try to cut down a few pounds myself. Do a lot more walking, and especially when it gets real hot, just go out and just do a little bit of walking, going to the gym, doing some treadmill stuff. So I probably might do that. So yeah, but I'm planning to shed a few pounds this year. Try to get where I need to be instead of where I'm at. So, because I mean, it's because this summer I'm just not going to be doing all that sitting in the car and waiting for orders. That's not going to happen this year. We're going to be doing other stuff. So that's why I want to get my merchandise going. So maybe I can try to do that, and to do some other stuff. That's why I might change the channel from Big 3 Dashing to Big 3 Dashing and More. That's a possibility that I might do. So if you see the and more added to it later on, that's why. Because if it's going to be a slow summer, then the and more is going to be more prevalent. So, but I appreciate you tuning in, Sheila. I really do. Thank you. Yeah, we'll just this order isn't fantastic by any means, but it could be worse. I mean, $9, 7.8 miles. Yeah, it's a little iffy, but it's not upside down. It's close, but not quite. Hey, Corey, welcome in. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, about starting the second part of my dash today. I've only got $57 right now, but this order right here will put me at 66 after I deliver it. It's not the greatest, but yeah. I mean, for it being at not quite 11 o'clock, it might not be a bad idea to take this offer. So be a bad idea. Well, there we are. Anything from Chicago? No, I'm not in Chicago at all. Same old spot where I'm at. Yeah. So welcome in, Tornado. Yeah, I was in your live the other night briefly. Yes, the only thing I can say is briefly, because I've been at my W-2, and it's been kind of stressful there. So lately. So that's part of the reason why I haven't been live for a while, is because of that. So just mine hasn't been into it. My mind's mostly been there and all the issues they've been having there, and it hasn't been easy the last week. Okay, so we'll go here in Starbucks and go pick this up. And we got about a 7.5 mile trip to drop this off. All right. Beautiful. Take care of you first. Yep. That's what you got to do. Exactly. All right, let me go get this. I'll be right back. All right. Another uncommon name. Okay. Just so I can get it leaning up there. It's kind of a leaner. Okay. Okay, well, there's no receipt, so. Okay. Yep. No receipt, so you gotta take a picture of it. See, that's what I don't like about this new feature. It makes you scan the item, but if they know that Starbucks doesn't give a receipt, then why are we being asked to scan that? It doesn't make any sense. All right. I would think that DoorDash would know by now that Starbucks does not give receipts out. And that should just automatically be known as not doing that.
Turn left onto Lee Boulevard.
Okay. All right, come on there. Okay.
In 500 feet, turn right onto State Road 44.
I just wish there was a faster way to get here.
Turn right onto State Road 44.
Yeah, that's the only bad part about this order here is that it does, is that is 7.5 miles. I mean, it's $9, but still 7.5 miles. That's kind of a trip.
Continue for 2 miles.
Yeah, usually this is an order that's not worth taking, but I mean, I would like the $9, especially if it's before 11. But yeah, take care of us first. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, that's the way it is with Roy. That's what I was saying here. Take care of you first. Get yourself in position. If you're in some kind of a funk, get yourself, you find a way to get yourself out of it. That's what my W-2 is right now in. I mean, everybody this whole week was so fed up with the way things were run of them. Some of them just they called off because they got tired of it. They didn't want to lose the point, but at the same time, they didn't want to lose their sanity either. And I didn't blame them for not coming in. It was that way. It was that stressful. And, if you feel you're too stressed, if it's going to cause you too much stress and you need the time away from it, then you got to do what you got to do. I mean, yes, it put us, short-handed and they had to make some changes, but, places have to understand if there's a lot of stress going on and that stress is causing people to want to have to call off because it's too much for them, then there shouldn't be points allowed for that, because stress can do a whole lot to your mental and physical health, especially the older you get. I mean, it should be understandable what they're going through, that the call-offs should be, I wouldn't say overlooked, but it should be excused. Because there's no excuse for what's going on over there right now, honestly. There was no reason for them to have to start doing some of the things they did as early as they did. They should have waited another week, maybe two. And I certainly don't blame those who felt like they had to call off because of the stress. I get it. That was part of the reason why I didn't go live or, do any kind of dashing or anything, because my mind wasn't into it. I was trying to overcome all that over there. Because one of the first things they say is, don't bring your work home. That's what they say. Don't bring your work home. And there will also be those that say, the opposite. Don't bring your home to work either. So, it works both ways. And especially when it comes to stressful situations like there was there, you got to be strategic with it. You got to be able to know when it's good to do something and when it's not good to do something. And sometimes you need time off away from everything, especially if you're going through something like that. Stuff that you have no control over.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto South Harrison Street.
Yeah, we got all the good names in here right now. Yeah, we got all the good names.
Turn left onto South Harrison Street, State Route 9.
And I think we're going to be doing really good this once all this stuff gets ironed out. I think it should be a pretty good late spring summer season. I'm looking forward to it. I just can't wait for them to turn that fountain back on. I thought by now they would have it back on, but they don't.
Turn right onto Colescott Street.
Because that's what I'm waiting for. I want those nighttime visits at the fountain, because I certainly am going to do a lot more of that this year. Because you want to talk about something being therapeutic, well, that right there is.
Turn right onto Colescott Street, State Route 44.
Because I know by this time last year they had it on. I don't know why they're waiting, or maybe because it was cold last night, because it was 37 degrees.
Continue for a half mile.
And I don't think they want it on if it's going to be freezing. But 30 minutes at that fountain, just taking in the water and the sound and all that, it can erase a lot of your stress.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto Miller Avenue.
I was hoping I was going to beat that light, but nope. It's all right. But it is good to get back out here and dash. It is good to get back out and go live again. See all the big names up there. Those I'll be watching later on this week.
Turn left onto Miller Avenue, State Route 44.
All right. Then on my way back, DoorDash, I'm probably sure you're going to send me right here to this Miller Avenue, like you always do. We'll see. Yeah, I still have Uber on. I thought I did, but... this is a little bit of a trip down here. I mean, a lot of times, like during the contest, especially in 2024, the Big Ten contest, then a lot of my dashes ended in this area down here. This was the last order of the night for most of those. So a lot of times when I'm delivering down here, it's more at night than it is in the day. But I think now that it's in the day, I can actually see these houses that I drop off at night now. So it'll be a lot easier to know. Okay. Yeah, I decided to dash here today because there's a couple places that the construction is really bad right now, and I wouldn't have gone. I could have gone to Franklin today. I wanted to show you the couple new places they have over there. There's construction going on over there, so I've got to wait on that. Wait until that calms down. And then Greensburg, they got construction going over there on I-74, so that's going to be out for a little bit too. So I'm kind of glad that I did that the tournament's over and I don't go to those places now. And we're still 5 minutes away. Jeez. And no wonder it's 7.5 miles, because that is exactly what it is. But I'm getting closer to that 96% to where I can start getting catering orders again. Because you have to be 96% to qualify for catering orders. You can see this country road in the daylight now. Usually I'm driving this at night. But you see it in the daylight now. Now I can actually see the house I deliver to down here. Welcome to those of you in here. We're driving down the little country road here to go and take, usually drive at night. And I'm taking an order to today. I recognize the street. I don't recognize the address though. And I can show you some of the frequent customers that are on. There's 2 frequent customers up here, and I can show them both to you. This isn't one of them, though, I don't think. I don't recognize the name or the address. It seems a little bit further than I thought. I didn't think it was all the way down here. I guess it is. Seemed like a little more than 7.5 miles, but that's what they said it was. So.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto West Smithline Freedom Street. Turn left. Then, in 300 feet, 3465 West Smithline Freedom Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176, USA will be on the right. West Smithline Freedom Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176, USA is on the right.
Okay. So this is one of the houses that I deliver down here, and I always delivered at night. So then the one that's right next door here. So it's either one of these 2 houses right here that I deliver to. So I'm actually delivering to this one. All right, I'll be right back. Oh, I love that. And he's taking care of his yard and everything. I was telling him, I said, there is nothing like the smell of fresh cut grass, and there isn't. Let me tell you. Even in the wintertime, one of the things, and these candles are so hard to find, but during the winter, especially when there's snow and stuff on the ground, if I had a candle that had fresh cut, that's the candle I want. See, when I was growing up as a kid, I would always help my dad cut the grass and everything, and that was his favorite smell was fresh cut grass. And then I found that it ended up being mine too. And they made a candle that had a fresh cut grass in it. Yeah, that's a really good smelling candle, and it is. Yeah. And I got that for a Christmas present a couple years ago, and man, you light that up in the wintertime, and it makes you forget about winter. It makes you think about summer and cutting grass. I absolutely love that smell. I know it sounds weird, but there is nothing like the smell of fresh cut grass. It is a really good smell. smell of fresh cut grass, is like, especially after you got through mowing your lawn, smells amazing. It smells like you did something, accomplishment. A tornado, I know he did some lawn mowing lives. Are you going to do some more of those, Tornado? You going to do some of those lawn mowing lives? Salt air? Yeah. You like salt air? Yeah. But yeah, in the wintertime, yeah, especially if you, because you got 3 months that you're going through at the wintertime to where you're not doing anything with your grass, especially if there's snow on the ground. I mean, it's kind of chilly outside and you need to put a candle on. There you go. Fresh cut grass. I just, that, it just reminds me of summer. I'll either put that on or some kind of ocean smell. Either one of those. But the fresh cut grass, it just feels like accomplishment. Because basically when you get through mowing your lawn, that is an accomplishment. But that's what I did with it, when I was a kid with my dad. We would watch sports downstairs, and my mother would watch her soap operas upstairs, night or day. And if it was in the wintertime, because it did get pretty chilly in the basement, we would put fresh cut grass candles in there, and it just smelled like summer. It just did. My dad loved it, and then I ended up enjoying it because it does smell good. But you can't find that candle anymore. You either order it online or sometimes you have to go to a specialty store to find it. Because I went to one candle place one time. I'm trying to think of where it was. I think it was either on the way. I think it was I was passing through Kentucky, and I think we went through. So I went through somewhere, and there were some candles in there. And I thought, "Do you have fresh cut grass?" And the person said to me, they looked at me like, "Fresh cut grass?" I said, "Yeah, there's fresh cut grass." They said they never even heard of it, and I said, "Yeah, it exists." And they said, "Well, we don't have it here." I was like, "Okay." They said they never even heard of that before. Yeah, it exists. But salt air, yeah, that's good. I like ocean smells too. Another good one that I remember my daughter liked was the smell, especially when she was little, was the smell of cookies. Yeah. Sugar cookies, yeah. She does like sugar cookies. And she does like the smell of sugar cookie candle. Yeah, the smell of cookies would make a good candle smell. Man, that drink is really good. that brunette mocha. If you have a 7 brew over there, you definitely got to try that. It is delicious. It doesn't have the crunch like the caramel ribbon crunch does, but it's very similar. They definitely taste the same. You just don't have the crunch. Smell of $100 bills. Yeah. Oh, the smell of the $2 bills too. You remember that? You talked about the $2 bills? Yeah. I definitely hang on to those. 6 months? Yeah, all right. Yeah, let's give cheers to Dean for that. Yeah, let's do that. Let's give some cheers. Yeah, let's do that. Here we go. Yeah. Cheers to him and to Mary, for those that have been in the doing their anniversaries today. Yeah, some cheers. The smell of $100 bills. Yeah, well, I like to smell $20 bills, $50 bills, any of that. Yeah. It's a little bit slow today, but I'm sure after a little bit it'll pick up. It's just 11 o'clock. Consecutive meaning. No, I certainly don't. That just shows how time has just been flying by. I mean, in 2 weeks, it's already going to be May of this year. In 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, it's going to be May, guys. Yeah. 2 weeks. 4 months of 2026 already passed. And it seems like we just celebrated New Year's Day yesterday from there. It's already been 4 months, almost. That just shows you. And even in the 4 months, I've already, when I said at the beginning of the year how chaotic this year is going to be, and it certainly has been. I mean, I knew it was going to be a rough year, but I didn't think it was going to happen that fast. But it did. Between the weather and the conflict that's going on, yeah. I knew it was going to happen, but I didn't think it was going to happen all that fast, that quick. But it did. And it's like I said, it wasn't like I was trying to be prophetic or anything, but I just knew from August of last year, it just hit, it just feel like it's so hard to even think about 2026 being the type of, year that it was going to be. And, it's not like I wanted to be right or anything, because I didn't. It's my turn. Don't even think about going. But yeah, it's hard to believe it's been 6 months. But that's what I love about it, being able to show off my my kitties in the as the emojis, and they're just going to be more of the spotlight in May. Let's see what we got now. Let's see.
Drive east on the K Road for a half mile.
Okay. All right, that's $8 going 6 miles. We're starting to get up there in the miles. I said, each day. Well, it could be better, Dean. I mean, I had 57. I was $3 short of my my average. By the end of by 4 hours. I mean, like I said, it could be better. I mean, these are okay orders right now. It's just I'm not keen on the mileage right at the moment. I mean, that last order I took was $9 going 7.5 miles. That was kind of questionable. This one here, it's $8 going exactly 6 miles. That's not the greatest offer either. but it could be worse. But I think some of these miles might be going to Jimmy John's, and then it might knock some of that down.
Left onto Progress Parkway.
So it's been a little bit of miles, but I mean, the dollar amount is okay. It's just the miles are a little questionable. But I think I would rather be, getting some kind of deliveries. I'm still waiting on Uber to do something. But, I mean, I did have an Uber offer earlier, but it was bad. You see way too many $2 to $3. Yeah. Well, that was the one thing I had with the, I picked up a Starbucks earlier, and that was one thing I saw from Uber. I think they offered me like $4 and I think like $4.70 or something like that, going 8.5 miles. I'm not taking that. I don't care if it was a dirty stack. I'm not taking that. That's less than 50 cents a mile, or 50 cents, something like that. Like you said on your live, I said there's just some orders that just are not worth taking. You mean, why are you going to, put so much wear and tear on your car for those little money and long miles? Kim's Side Money Plan said that the other day too. You guys are in agreement on that. Why subject your vehicle to no tip people when you need to, concentrate on taking the good orders? I mean, it was like you said in your live earlier, it's like, the minimum should be $5 per order. That should be the minimum, like you said. And that's what that they should offer more of a base pay and not rely on the customers to do the tips. They have the money. They can put out the base pay. And I feel like if they raise the base pay back up there, then I think they might get a little, even if the customers don't tip, at least the Dashers would feel like they're making a little bit of money, because then your average would be $5, per trip. And I totally agree with that. The minimum should be $5 and not $2. That's the minimum. That's what it should be. With gas prices the way they are, instead of lowering the base pay, they need to raise it. If you want to keep the drivers and keep your customers and stop all this, no orders from being delivered, you got to do something. You got to spend money to make money, and that's what DoorDash needs to do. You got to spend money to make money. Raise the base pay. Spend the money to raise the base pay. You're going to win in the long run because you're going to make everybody happy. You're going to get more customers, and that's how it is. You spend money to make money. You don't cut corners because you lose that way.
Turn left.
Yeah. Delivering food as a service, customers that don't tip. Well, exactly. They just hire new people that it doesn't matter with an AI. Yeah. But that's the one thing that, that I see like Chuck doing, being the only Uber driver. Well, he said the other day, now he's not the only Uber driver there. But he liked the idea that he can turn down the Uber offers, and then, then the base pay goes way up because he keeps turning it down until they give him something to do. And that's what I did last night with with an Uber order that went to Greensburg. It started at 15. Then they raised it to 20, and then they raised it to 22. Then finally, after like a half hour of going back and forth, finally they raised it to $35, and it's like, I'm taking that one now. So, all right, let me go pick this up at Jimmy John's. I'll be right back. So the 2 large Pete Miller works for it. All right. I had to unassign that order because they haven't even started it yet. They've got a softball team in there and started it. So, and as soon as I got out of there and unassigned it, you know, they said it was worry-free unassigned because when they asked me how long it was going to take, I asked them and I said, you know, well, they said that we haven't started it yet because we got all these guys in here. I said it might be like 5 more minutes before we started it. So I told the customer, I said, I'm sorry, I have to unassign it because, you know, we got a softball team in here and it might take a little bit. So I'm not going to sit there and wait. And it really wasn't that great an order to take. I got a $6 Burger King right now that's going on a 1.2 miles. And look at this drive-through. Yeah, there's no way. I had to unassign it. That was kind of ridiculous. I'm glad I didn't have an Uber in there either, because I would have unassigned the Uber too, and I really didn't want to do that because, you know, yeah, they got a softball team in there. That's what the delay was.
In a quarter mile,
How's the company supposed to sustain paying everybody $35 to every item? Yeah. I mean,
turn right, then turn left.
And the thing is, they got 4 guys working in there, but, you know, they're just, you know, they're real slow and, you know, but there's a lot of people in there. And the drive-through too, yeah, there was no way. So I'm kind of glad that I unassigned it. Now I got a Burger King offer. I mean, it's a lot less miles, but that was crazy. I've never had to wait that long in Jimmy John's before. That was the longest I think I ever had to wait in there, and I thought sure that I was going to get it, but you know that they were going to have it at some point. But with a softball team in there, yeah, that wasn't going to work real well. Especially when I asked them about how the order is, and they said, "Well, we haven't got to it yet." And I said, "That right there just told me, okay, I got to unassign it." If you haven't got to it yet after 12 minutes, we can't do this. It was supposed to have been picked up at 21 after, and I'm asking you at 33 after, 12 minutes later, we haven't got to it yet. Oh, well, okay, well, then I'm going to have to unassign it because you guys haven't got to it yet. I mean, I understand you got to take care of the customers that are in there and your drive-through. I get it, but, these customers, our customers, don't understand how you guys operate like that. But that's, you got to do what you got to do. Because I'm sure the next dasher that gets assigned that is probably still going to be waiting because they still haven't got to it yet. Because I told them I'd be willing to be patient and wait a little bit, but when they said, "Oh, we still haven't got to it yet," well,
turn right.
I don't think so.
1830 East State Road 44, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176-1814. United States will be on the right. Drive northwest.
All right.
Then turn left.
All right, right here. Okay. Yeah, this is much better order to take. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, let's see where this is going. Lot shorter route too. Okay. That's going to a trailer park, but they're still paying $6. That's more than what most people pay at this trailer park, so. So at least somebody here is being generous, tipping $4. You're lucky to get $1 or $2 out of this trailer park. There is one Uber customer in here that's a frequent customer that I haven't had yet, which I could get today. They either order from Kroger or they order from the Broadway Dollar General. It's always Uber Eats. So I think this one, if I go in there the right way, it'll be on the left-hand side, I believe. I think I had this customer on the afternoon Indiana dash in the final four, I think. The final four or the Elite Eight, one of the two. It was the Indiana dash, though. I think it was this person. If it's the house that I'm thinking of, it was. Or the trailer, I mean. Okay. Yeah, the frequent customer I have on Uber, you just go down there and go down like 3 houses, and it's right there. So I'm going to go this way. This is the one I'm thinking. It's down here somewhere. Yep, it is down here. I think it is the one that it is the one I think. Now, it wasn't the Indiana Dash. Let's see, which one was it? It was one of them. Yeah. Yeah, it was on the other side of Indiana, but I do recognize this place for one. Yeah, that turned out to be a better deal than having to take that extra trip that I would have had to take that I didn't want to take. It would have been more miles to take the other one, and just an extra $1 when I could have taken that one. It ended up working out a lot better. Okay. All right. Yeah, I definitely don't like some of these potholes that are in here, because they don't take care of this road in here very well. All right. Okay. Yeah, that was a lot better. But I appreciate the generosity of that person that ordered in here, because, you know, they tip better than most of them do in there. Although that lady that orders Uber Eats all the time, she's a pretty good tipper. Because there's one Kroger order that she got for me. It wasn't that many miles, but she tipped something like the order was like 11 or something like that. She tipped like $9. So, you know, that frequent if she does over an Uber is a pretty good tipper. So I do like that customer. Okay. All right, let's not stop there, DoorDash. Let's keep going. Don't be punishing me because I didn't take that order. I'm not going to sit there and wait 20 minutes for an order that really wasn't the best to begin with. There's no need to do that. Do that now. Oh, jeez. Oh. Well, there could be a cash tip with it. Questionable. $4. It's $4 for 3.9 miles doing a Pizza Hut. There could be a cash tip. I'm not saying there is, but it's not upside down. Almost, but really not the best offer. But you know, you pay your money, you take your chances on these pizza offers. So you just never know. That's why, you know, if there's a cash tip with it, then that, you know, that'd be worth it. So yeah, all right. And it also get me closer to that 96%, so that'll work too.
Turn left, then turn right. Drive east on State Route 44, then turn left.
I mean, a lot of times you don't get cash tips, but then again, you might. So we'll see. I had a cash tip the other day for someone that was, I think it was $3 or something like that. It was only 2 miles, but they ended up giving me $5 extra. So
Turn left. Turn left.
all right. Man, they've got a pretty good order too. Well, I hope you have a cash tip for me.
All right, I'll be right back.
I certainly hope you do have a cash tip for this one. We'll see. All right, first I got to take a picture of this bill here. All right. Yeah, I confirmed the pizza bag. Yeah. 3 kids jumping, no one pizzas the hut. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's where Java the Hutt got its name from, Pizza Hut. But of course, Pizza Hut was really, really big back then too. Not as big. I mean, it's not as big now as it was then. So, all right. Where are we going with this? Well, of course. Front desk at the Holiday Inn. So if it's going to the front desk, if it's going to one of those people, they may not have a cash tip. So I don't know. Well, we'll see. It may not be for them. It may be they're taking it on behalf of a customer. We'll see. Well, now would be the time. If I'm going up there, now would be the time for Uber to make some noise. As I'm going up there, I might have a better chance of getting an Uber order up there with a Culver's or something. Say, come on, Uber, let's have a dirty stack. We haven't had one of those in a while. Let's get a dirty stack, Uber. Let's do something. Let's make some noise. I know you tried to give me one earlier, but it wasn't worth the time. Wasn't worth the money either. No one's going to do a $4 for 8.5 miles. No one's going to do that. No one pizzas the hut. I might come back. I might get at Papa John's. I just wonder what happened to that lady in the Papa John's that got arrested. I wonder what happened to her. That was during the Iowa Dash. The evening Iowa Dash. That was the craziest thing I'd ever seen. Thing she asks me about my order and I show her and everything, and the next thing you know, she's in handcuffs. It's like, what on earth? It's like, what does she do? Naj Wilson, welcome in. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for joining. We got a Pizza Hut order here. I think you're over just a little bit too far there, Bronco, because it's hard for me to turn. Here we go. Yeah, he moved over there a little bit. I appreciate that. Yeah, you were a little over too far. It was going to be hard for me to turn there, but okay. That is the one thing about this street that I do like, is that you have no stop signs or anything. You just go as when you can. Okay. think I can be on that side without worrying about cones or something. Yeah, last year around this time they were doing all that construction over here. Now they're just down here trying to pave the road. But at least this here, it's not so bad having to dash. The other places that I normally would dash, they're all going through construction stuff right now. Franklin is, Greensburg is, Columbus is. They're all going through construction on certain streets. You know, busy streets, and that would make it a little bit hard. Especially hard on your on-time rate. It does look better after they paved it, though. I know they're still not done, but it does look better. All right, Uber, come on. Give me an order up here. Let's do a dirty stack. Let's have a dirty stack for a change. Let's do something. I love playing the music. Let's have a dirty stack. We can do it. Come on now. I'm sure you've got a Cracker Barrel or a Culver's up here. I know you got one in the back, your back pocket you can give me. All right. Here we go to the Holiday Inn. Yeah, the Holiday Inn was good to me last night in Greensburg. I got $35 for that. Here, $4. But if it gets me to 96%, I'll have a chance to get some catering orders. All right. All right, let's see if there's cash tip here. Nope, just the $4. Oh well. I figured if it was somebody from the front desk, that's all they could. They say that's all they could afford to do. I mean, it is $2. I guess they just felt $2 was good enough to do. I mean, they could have just given me $2 and no tip at all, but no, they went ahead and gave me a couple, so that works. Man, I thought sure Uber would have finally said something, but nope. They're probably upset because I turned that order down, but I'm not going to take that order, though. That's just doesn't make sense. All right. Let's see if we get something up here. If they don't, then we'll just take the scenic route to go back. It says here Culver's is one of the ones that are the last places to be that was last order came from, because I don't consider that hotspot. I just consider that where the last orders came from. I don't think there really is any such thing as a quote unquote hotspot. It's just wherever the last orders came from. If you want to go there to wait, it's up to you. That's the way I look at it. I don't think a hotspot really matters. All right, one of you guys, it's time for a double digit order. It's 12 o'clock. It's time for a double digit. Let's do something. It's been a slower than usual Sunday. It's time to pick it up with a double digit. Somebody's got to give me one. DoorDash or Uber, one of you two. Come on, let's get with it. All right, let's go back the scenic route here while we wait in case they give us an order up here. Slower than usual Sunday. Getting orders is not it's not the greatest of dollar amounts. Maybe tonight will be better. only 40 here. I don't know why you're wanting to go faster than 40. It's only 40 on here. 35 on the curve. That's the way they drive in this town. They want to go faster than what it's supposed to be. They want to run lights, run stop signs. They want to do all that. That's why you got to be in your best defensive driving in this town. Okay, second time we're on this road. See if we see any wildlife out this way this time. I don't know why they cut all those trees down there. Yeah, tree service. I guess they're wanting to cut down some trees here, I guess. Yeah, some of them look kind of old. They do need to be cut down. All right. Let's see if we got anything in here. I saw one in here earlier. It's a good trail to walk back there. All right. When I get down here to the stop sign, if I don't get anything, we'll do the NATO ignition trick again. Apparently that's what I got to do to get orders today. See. Well, there's Queen. I wondered when you were episode to one and all. Yeah. It's good to see you, Queen. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to have what I'm going to try to do. If I can figure out a way to get it this time, what I want to do, I'm going to try to do this year again, try to do some dual live streams. That's what I would like to do. I'm hoping that I can get that in. One that I was kind of hoping that I could do, I'd have to ask her first, would be since she's so close to 500, that maybe I could do a live stream with Mama Gigs to get her to 500. Do it as Penn State, who was the winner of the Big Ten Dashing against LSU. So I'd like to do that. And at some point, I want to do it with you, Queen. If I can't get it on there, then maybe you could, we could do it on your channel. We'll figure it out. But I want to do one with you. I just hope I can get on Spark. I want to, so that we can make it a much more even thing. I want to do dual live streams. I really do. It's time for that. Because it's more fun doing it that way, I think. Because I would love to do that, especially in May, with the fact that we are going to have the Littles contest in May. Which one of the Littles is going to get to 500 before the end of the month? Okay. Okay, let's do the NATO Nation trick. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, well, I really want to do that. I really do. Because, you get more exposure to those that are out there, especially those who don't know who you are. You'll get those people. And the more traffic you get, it's like there are those that know, like especially in Mama Gig's case, there are those that know me that don't know her. And, if she could get some of my people, it would help her get there. Because, there are those that don't really care about being monetized, but, it could get, that if you want to get more traffic, that's the way to get it done. All right. NATO Nation trick worked before. Let's see if it does it again. Let's see if it'll work this time. Because it's getting close to that 1 o'clock hour, and I want to try to get at least a couple more orders before we get to the 1 o'clock hour. Kroger or Aldi shopping order would be good right now. Time for a double digit. See, that's true, and you should honestly be going to a live a little bit more often, but your brain is usually focused. Well, especially if you have your young one in the car. That kind of, that could also play a role too, because, he could be a distraction. Not that he wants to be, but, someone at that age is curious as to what mom's doing. Yeah. Before you stopped about 9-ish to go to church. Oh, okay. Oh, you already made like $84. Ooh, that's awesome. Well, like I said, you got it's just like with Dean. You guys have these Spark orders that are giving you like $25 to $30 per. You got like 3 drops and all that kind of stuff when you do those, but after you do them, it's like $30 to me is 2 hours of DoorDash or Uber Eats. That's how it is. You guys can do that in like 1 hour with Spark. That's why if I can get on Spark, hopefully it should be about time. Because one of the places I was thinking about visiting was Newcastle, and I thought maybe if I signed up, because there's one in Spiceland, and I thought maybe if I signed up for the one in Spiceland, maybe I can get on. Because Spiceland's a really small town. But I know there's one there, and I figured if I signed up there, maybe I'll get on. There we go. The NATO Nation. Hey, I asked for a double digit and I got it. Okay. Only problem is it's Papa John's. So I'm going to have to do some backtracking. But we'll take the order. It's $12. It's going 8 miles.
In a half mile, turn right.
Yeah. It is 8 miles, but but it is double digits. It is what I asked for, so I said I wanted double digits, so I got double digits. That'll work. Alrighty.
Drive northwest on East Michigan Road. Then turn left onto State Road 44.
You took this $33 going like 47, but it keeps me more in the preferred zone. Yeah. Well, I really want to get on Spark for the simple fact, before I start the Big Ten tournament in November, I want to get on Spark before then, so that way there's 3 things. Then it's anybody's game, because you don't know where. Because wherever it is you go, if you get a Spark offer,
continue for a half mile.
You don't know what different Sparks are for different zones. And that's one of the reasons why I want to visit other zones, so I can see, what would be a good zone to do, especially for that tournament. That was a long tournament this year for all the ties and stuff that there was. But if we can get Spark, then it would make it even more interesting. And, plus, then you'd have each of the kiddies representing one thing. So, all right, Papa John's. And we were just talking about it, and the lady that got arrested was there. And lo and behold, I get one. So,
USA will be on the right.
All right.
510 East Broadway Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the right.
All right, here we are. All right, here we go, guys. Go pick up this Papa John's. I'll be right back. now they send me, I get an Uber offer, but it's going the opposite direction. So I can't take it. Okay. Okay. Let's see, can I get it? It's not right here. This is tricky to scan a receipt on here. All right. I saw the name. It was, yeah, the Uber was $6 going 3 miles, but it was going the wrong direction. Yeah, this was going to Waldron. That wasn't going to Waldron. This was going up towards where the Holiday Inn was. That's the wrong direction. I can't do that. There's no way that would have worked. Because now, see, DoorDash does not like the fact that if you have 2 orders, there's another platform, they don't like it if you deliver the other platform first. That's how you get contract violations. That's what Kim's Side Money Plans was saying, is that they're really trying to put a stop to that. I mean, I probably could have taken it because all I had to do was get on 74 to go up there. But still, Waldron is going farther east than where I was going, because where I was going was up there towards. But see, I would have had to deliver the Uber first, and I can't do that because I can't deliver the Uber and then get a contract violation on DoorDash. I can't do that. That's not worth it. I mean, it was a good order. I just couldn't take it. I just hate that. I mean, you don't hear from them all day, and then all of a sudden they send you a good order, but you're already in the middle of a different order. Bad timing. All right, going to Waldron. The home of the Mohawks. That's their mascot. The chief rival of the Shelbyville Bears. Yeah, Waldron to Shelbyville is like Indiana, Purdue, UCLA, USC, Michigan, Ohio State, yeah, like that. Duke, North Carolina, it's that kind of rivalry. Maybe this order might not be so bad, but I would have loved to have taken that Uber order, but it was not going the right direction. Officially going overtime to start your acceptance rate on DoorDash. Yeah, but the only sad part about that is you're going to have to take questionable offers like I've had today. I mean, the orders, a lot of the orders that I accepted, they weren't upside down. They were close. They weren't upside down, but they were questionable, but they were not upside down. There was one order that was upside down that I did not take, and there was no way I was taking it. It was $4 for 10 miles. I was not taking that one. Yeah, that I was not going to do. And it knocked me down from 95 to 94%. Then I got back to 95%. So now hopefully if I accept all these, then I'll get to 96 and then I'll qualify for catering orders again. That's the only thing about, when you're trying to raise your acceptance rate or be like Mike the Bike Dasher trying to go for 100% acceptance rate. Well, that's kind of hard to do when you get those dumb orders.
Drive southeast on East Michigan Road for 5 miles.
Yeah, it's going further than where I want to go. Say, oh, this is probably going towards where that camp is. I just got to make sure I turn the right way now. You're probably getting tired of having a really low acceptance rate. Yeah, well, there are those that'll argue, even if you have a low acceptance rate, to be a cherry picker, that's, sometimes you do good as a cherry picker even if you have a low acceptance rate. There are those like Dashing Wumble as a 1% or even 0% acceptance rate. If the orders are stupid to take, then, what do you do? It's like you got to be smart knowing what it is that's really good for you. It's like Dean said today, watch the orders that you take. If you're taking those upside down orders, you're putting more wear and tear on your car taking the upside down orders than you are just sitting in a lot waiting for, cherry picking, taking good orders. And he's right, you are. One thing that in Kim's video she said yesterday, she was talking about all the expenses that you do when you're out here. She's one thing that she said that a lot of dashers don't do this, and I think this is something that I'm going to start doing, is putting some money aside for a repair fund, because she said that's what she does, and it makes sense to do that. And she even said yesterday, the kind of orders that you accept is exactly what Dean said, is putting the, knowing the miles that you're putting on your car and the orders that you're taking. If you take those upside down orders, you're putting more wear and tear on the car than you are if you're sitting and just, cherry picking and getting the good orders. DoorDash likes to punish cherry pickers. And I think Uber does too, but it does make sense. Because if there are dashers out there that don't have one of those, repair funds, I think, what did she say that she did? She took her first order, I think she said she took her first order of the day and her last order of the day and combined the two and put that in a separate fund for, for repairs. She said if you do that every time that you're out dashing, you'll have enough money saved up for those repairs and for for stuff like oil changes and things like that. And it was very smart when she said that, because I think, you know what, that is an idea. I never thought of doing that. But she said that's what she does. The first order and the last order. You put those two together. You bank everything else or spend or whatever you do, but you take those two, the first order and the last order, and you put that aside in a separate account, a savings account or something like that, as a repair fund. And that makes sense. If you have not seen that video, I would suggest taking a look at it, because she talks about that, about all the different expenses and things that some dashers forget about. Because one thing that she did say, when you take, for every mile that you put on your car, especially all of those low paying or upside down orders, you got to look at the depreciation value on your car. And she said when you take those bad offers, you just keep lowering and lowering and lowering your value on your car. That she said that's why it's best, especially if you have to be a cherry picker, that might not be a bad thing to do, for the fact that, your car does depreciate more the more miles you put on it. That's exactly right.
Keep right to take east 425 south.
Okay, right down here, I guess. Okay.
In a quarter mile, 6,780, 425.
That's not that far down there. It wasn't that bad.
USA will be on the left.
It wasn't that bad. I thought it was going to be further down. Yeah. Everything she said in that video made sense, and I totally agree with it. I mean, she said, so I'm not telling everybody to be a cherry picker, something to that effect. I'm not telling everybody to be a cherry picker or to do what you have, but you got to be smart.
6,780, 425S, Waldron, Indiana 46182. USA is on the left.
Okay. Did you save enough room for me to park here, I hope? Yeah. Okay. All right. But yeah, if you have not seen that video, definitely take a look at it, because, she gave a lot of good information on that, and everything she said made sense. All right, let me drop this off. Yeah, that wasn't really that bad at all. That was worth $12. It was not that bad an order at all. All right. But when she said that about the car, the depreciation of your car, it's like, man, I didn't think of that. She said every mile you put on your car depreciates the value of your car that much more. So now what you need to do when you get these orders and stuff, think, have that in the back of your mind and think how much more of a value that you have on your car. Is it really worth it taking those upside down orders? See, that's why I say DoorDash doesn't tell you that, or Uber, any of those things, they don't tell you that. Because for the simple fact, if the base pay is only $2, or in Uber's case, $1.50 in some cases, if that's all you're getting, you're just relying on the customer tips. And if customers don't tip and you're getting those stupid orders, well, then of course, if you keep turning orders down all because of that, you're saving the value of your car, but you're getting in a bad rapport with DoorDash or Uber or whatever. If you keep getting those down, then they end up punishing you. So it's like, it's either bad if you do or bad if you don't. That's what it is. But the thing that she said, depending on the kind of car that you have, you got to look at the value of it, and for every mile that you put on it, it depreciates that value that much more. So you look at each order that you get, no matter what platform it is, you got to have that in the back of your mind, thinking, is it worth it to take these upside down orders, or do I have to just sit in the lot and cherry pick until I get the right order? Upside down orders are like bid, but it's reasonable, then you'll do it. Right, exactly. Well, it's like some of those, like those today. Other than that one upside down order that I had that I refused to take, that was $4 for 10 miles. I wasn't going to do that. That is an order I would not, that does not make sense. That's less than 50 cents a mile. I can't do that. And Uber offered me that too. No, I can't do that. But it's like Kim said, you got all these, you got to think of the repairs and things of that nature, and oil changes, and especially if you're doing gig work full time, you're changing your oil probably every month, depending on how many miles you drive and how many apps you have. If you're doing it full time, you're changing your oil every month, or maybe every month and a half. And you should have an expense account for that. You just save that money for that particular reason. I never thought of doing that, but it makes sense to do. Especially if you're doing it full time. I don't do it full time, but even though I don't do it full time, I think maybe that's a good idea to do. Then you have a separate account so that when, stuff like that does come up, then you have the money in the account that you don't have to dip into your other funds, especially if you have a W-2 to take care of that when it's already taken care of with, that separate account. That's one of the reasons why we as Dashers appreciate someone like her and your driver Mike and Zach and Pedro and those who keep us up to date on stuff like that. We appreciate that kind of information. They take the time to tell us what's going on and what things to look out for. Traders, same thing. They all do it. They all figure out ways to try to help us, stay on top of everything and try to help make the most money. See, that's why I say we're all in this together. See, for those that didn't know, anything like that, that's why I say I recommend that that those who haven't seen it definitely watch that video, because she goes into full detail the 4 things that all Dashers should look out for when it comes to dashing every day, stuff you don't even think about. And especially when it came to upside down orders or orders that didn't make sense, what is it really worth it to do? I mean, if you're desperate for an order, or if it means the difference between dropping a tear or something like that, then that's one thing. But to consistently do it and know the value of your car, especially what kind of car you have, is it worth it? You might end up doing that, except on your Cash App, to where it's strictly only for expensing. What we'll see. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I would do that, but it's certainly, all that stuff, when I saw that, I was like, I never thought about that stuff. I never thought about having a separate account to do that. And, to take the first order you get and the last order you get, combining that and saving that into a fund. And then when that time comes for an oil change or whatever the case may be, you have that money readily available to take out and spend for that expense. Then you're not scrambling around, or scrapping around different resources to take care of that when that money is already there. You just treat it like it, put money in a bill basket or whatever the case may be. Just treat it like a regular expense. And then if you, when it comes to that, then the money's there and you don't have to worry about it. But it's like Dean was talking something similar to that today about, what these upside down orders are doing to your vehicle. And he said practically nearly the same stuff. That sometimes, that you might have to, add, if you're not getting the orders, you might have to have a separate, hustle, or or maybe a part-time W-2 or something like that, if you're not getting the orders. But I heard him also say that places aren't hiring right now, and that's true. So there are those that have to rely on this type of thing, but you got to be smart when you're doing it. I mean, everything she said in that video certainly made me think about, what I do now. Especially during the summertime, when they call it the summer slowdown. I'm definitely going to have to think about that, because, I mean, especially probably not going to be out for a whole lot of time unless I get on Spark, because when it gets too hot, that could be a problem. Okay, we're going to go down over by Starbucks and see if we get anything there. I mean, it is almost 1 o'clock, and usually around 1 o'clock I will get stuff like this, or Denny's or something. Here, let's do the NATO Nation trick while we're doing that, to see if I get something. Because I'm only going to be out here till 1:30. Okay, we're not even at $90 yet, and that's not very good for a Sunday. I mean, like I said, when it does come to hiring, I mean, the place that I work at, they are hiring, because they're going to need to replace some of those temps they laid off that didn't come back. So, because they chose not to come back. They probably got a better job and thought, what, I'm not going to go back there. So, yeah, they are hiring at my place. But I don't think now is the right time to go there, especially with the morale the way it is at this point, because they're having all those issues. I mean, when stuff isn't working right, and you pretty much going against one another to try to get the thing running, and you're battling against management, hurrying you to get it done, when you really need to take the time to fix the problem, it gets everybody all riled up, and things aren't getting done properly. And when things don't get done properly, then you've got a morale issue. And then when you have a morale issue, then, it gets worse because not everybody's agreeing with one another. It becomes stressful. And then, there are those that get so stressed that they just don't feel like they want to come to work the next day. And you can't blame them because that's exactly how it is. If things are disorganized, then you're not going to want to come to work because you don't want to have to continuously deal with that disorganization day after day after day. And then, just make yourself all riled up to where, you're just not going to function at all, and get yourself where, where Roy is, and get so full of anxiety that you just don't want to be around anyone or anything, all because of stuff that's been going on, at your regular job. Stuff that is beyond your control. Okay, we'll sit here for a few minutes and see if we get anything, because this says here that this is one place to that the last order came from. So I mean, here I am making see, what was it? I had 57 at the first, and I've got 28 right now. So you're looking at $85. And for a Sunday at this time, that is not very good at all. And not one single Uber offer. I mean, the thing is, Uber offered me, but at the wrong time. Well, I turned it off, so I need to turn it back on. So, I didn't mean, not that one. Here. Yeah, this one. Okay. All right. Now's the time, Uber. Come on, so you've given me 2 orders at the wrong time. I have nothing going on DoorDash right now. Now is the time for you to give me an order, especially if I go to Jimmy John's. Hopefully they got all that, all that stuff going on. It would be nice to do a Jimmy John's order or 2 or something. I mean, we need to do something here. Giving me orders at the wrong time, which could have been 2 good dirty stacks, especially the last one. But no, you had to give it to me going the opposite direction. But yeah, I was just glad for those that have never seen Kim's channel. I just thought I would, just put that out there. It's just for those that are doing this type of thing. It's just like Dean was saying the same thing on his, just in a different way. But, that they are both on the same page when it comes to this. The appreciation, the depreciation of your vehicle doing this. Thinking about the order that you take when it comes. Is it worth taking? If it's upside down, is it worth all that wear and tear on your car? Is it worth all the gas and oil that you're using, especially gas in your $4? Is it really worth that? And it's almost like we as a DoorDash and Uber Eats community, or Grubhub or any of those that like to give those upside down orders, it's almost like we got to send a message that says, you either raise the base pay and make it worthwhile for us to deliver these, or we all decide not to deliver it, and then these customers don't get it because there's a lot of them that don't want to tip. It's not like we're, if to some customers, they may be in a position to where they can't tip. So then it's up to the platform, whatever it is, to raise the base pay to make it easy for us to do. Because like I said earlier, you got to spend money to make money. When you cut corners, then you lose the value. You depreciate your workforce. You depreciate everything. But if you spend the money to make the money, then you get a better morale, because then you're going to have your dashers that are going to want to take the orders. Even though the customers may not tip, the least the customer will get the order. And then especially if it was good service, then they're going to tell other people. Because everything these days is done with word of mouth. When a customer gets gets good service, what are they going to do? They're going to tell all their friends about it. They say so-and-so made the delivery, like in Chuck's case. Okay. If Chuck delivers like a whole neighborhood of people, and they all, talk with one another and say, hey, that dashing across America Chuck, man, he's one of the greatest people that, I've ever encountered as far as, I definitely recommend doing that, because you just might get him. And if you get him, he's like a breath of fresh air, with his exuberance and his professionalism. I said, yeah, I want someone delivering like that to me all the time. And it's word of mouth. What does it do? It gains people. That's what it does. But it's up to the platform, whatever it is, to stop lowering the base pay, start raising it again, so that it makes it worthwhile. If the gas is going to be around $4 all the time, you want people delivering for you. You don't want all these orders sitting around not getting delivered. And then you have to stack 2 or 3 orders to get all those orders delivered. But yet, if it's still not worth the dasher's while because of the depreciation of vehicle, like Kim said, then, all these orders are just going to sit around. And maybe that's the message we need to send. Raise the base pay so it makes it better for everybody in the long run. If you spend the money, you're going to get more customers, especially if they get good service. Then you're going to have a big customer base that you're not going to know what to do, because you've made the money by raising instead of lowering. If you want customers, you're going to have to do something. You're going to have to spend the money to get those customers. Because then it depends on your workforce who does the best service. You get someone like Chuck, the whole neighborhood is going to say, I want this. I say, I'm going to take DoorDash, I'm going to take Uber, or whatever it is, all because I got the best service from the best dasher. That's one of the reasons why I did that in Edinburgh. I got frequent customers all the time in Edinburgh, and they enjoyed me delivering to them because I did exactly like Chuck did. And I got good tips from those people because they appreciated the way I delivered them, because I saw how Chuck did it. You don't just treat this as a job. It is a job, yes, but you got to have fun doing it. If you can't have fun doing what you're doing, then why do it? If you just treat everything like a job, then you're going to end up hating it eventually. And that's not good for everybody if you end up hating what it is you do. Make a game out of it, have some fun with it, because if you learn to do that, then you're going to have people appreciate, then people are going to see, they're going to see you as, hey, even though you may not feel like it, if they see your exuberance like Chuck, they're going to be like, man, this person knows how to, this person is really pleasant. I was in a bad mood to start, but this person had a smile on their face and was really professional, turned my frown upside down. You know what? I appreciate that. And I know my friends will appreciate that. So, you know what? I'm going to say something to them and say, hey, so-and-so did this. Why don't you sign up? Maybe you'll get him and you'll see what I'm talking about. You want customers? Spend the money. Stop cutting corners. Cutting corners isn't going to get it done. It may save you a little money in some point, but if you lose customers, then you've lost that money too. If you spend the money and you gain the customers, you put more in your pocket because word of mouth is going to get out. When the word of mouth gets out, because good service is out there, you're going to get more volume, and then you're going to need more people. That's what it's going to take. But I know these platforms don't think that way, and it's unfortunate, but they really need to sit in the boardroom and think, okay, our stocks are down, our numbers are down, we got to do something. Raise the base pay. That's all you got to do. You do that, you're going to get more out of it. It's all a numbers game. I know it is. It's all a numbers game. That's all these businesses are today. They're all a numbers game. It's how you play the game. If you play it right, your numbers are going to go up. If you cut corners and play it in a way to which is deceitful, it's going to go down. Yes, there are those dashers that give horrible service and give the platforms a bad name. Yes, I know that. They've been in the news. But there are those like Chuck that give the platforms a good name, all because of the way they deliver it, even if they don't feel like it. A smile or a happy attitude can really make a difference, guys, and that's what Chuck does. All right, I'm going to move around here. I'm just going to go back over if I don't get something. Okay, I'm going to do the NATO Nation trick one more time here. And if I don't get something here soon, I'm going to go ahead and call this and go back out this afternoon. Because $85 on a Sunday isn't really getting it done. So I'm just going to give it one more time. I'm going to drive over there. Maybe I'll get a Kroger. Maybe I'll get an Aldi. We'll see. I'd like to do something. But I asked for that double digit before. Maybe before I sign off, I'll get another double digit. That would be nice. I would hopefully like to get 100 before I sign off, but that's $15. That's, all right. Drive up there by Kroger if I don't. Okay. And then we'll come back out tonight. Maybe we'll have a good night tonight. Maybe we'll make it up. I mean, I did $80 last night. Maybe there's another 80 in there tonight. We'll see. I don't know. Because I remember both times during the Purdue Dash when they were in the regular season and the fourth seed, they went on Sunday and ended up getting some big numbers, especially on Uber. Going to Rushville and going to Rushville. So I mean, that could be. This is Sunday night. You just never know. You never know what Sunday night might bring. Sunday night baseball, the basketball playoffs. You just never know. But you also got to think about the downtime too. You're sitting down and, if you're not getting orders, what is that doing? Sitting around idling in your car. That's not good either. It's like the song says, you got to know when to hold and when to fold. Because every time, we got an order. Hey, double digits, and it's Kroger. All right, that'll work. It's not $15, but it's 15. It's 15 units, but it's $12. All right, we'll do it.
Drive south on Progress Parkway for a half mile. In a quarter mile, turn right onto East Michigan Road.
It won't get me to 100, but at least it will. It's 4 miles. It's not that bad, so we'll go ahead and do that. Okay.
Turn right onto East Michigan Road.
All right.
Continue for a half mile.
Yeah, I just had to do that last NATO Nation trick over there at Starbucks, so I just went ahead and did it, and it worked out.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto Serrano Road.
All right, so when I get in here, I better shut Uber off again, because I'm going to be shopping, so...
Turn left onto Serrano Road. Then, in 300 feet, turn right. Turn right.
All right.
In 500 feet, 1601 East Michigan Road, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176-4058. United States will be on the left.
Okay.
East Michigan Road, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176-4058. United States is on the left.
Okay, we'll just go right here, I guess. All right. Because jumping it hooks. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and shop in here, but I'm going to go ahead and call the stream right now since this is going to take a little bit. So, anyway, appreciate you all being here. I will be back later on this afternoon. So, you don't have a Kroger near you? Okay, well, yeah, I've got just one right here. So anyway, guys, I appreciate everyone who was here. Appreciate the 27 likes. I'll be back later on this afternoon. So until then, I will see you all in the future. And remember, we're all in this together.